Dre Millie, I am vibing to this beat right now. I am vibing.
I did not think that was even working. The music hasn't been working the last couple of days.
Really? You guys couldn't
No,
hear it.
people just in silence.
You couldn't hear the banger that was just coming to the
No, no,
speakers
no.
right now?
I heard that Tweedledee little D right there. That 1-2 number I heard, but I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I was
earlier.
bopping to that. I thought you were just gonna keep playing it until you finally got
Yeah.
more speakers. So that was good strategy.
I
Not
will sit
run.
up here and just listen to it until somebody requests. I'm not going to talk to myself. I don't have that kind of skill.
No, yeah,
I've heard some hosts do it, but I can't, man.
it wasn't working before though.
Like Dre Millie got that kind of skill. He could probably be up here by himself and like preach the gospel of the sneaker. You know what I mean? But me, I don't have topics like that to talk about. I have to have a dialogue back and forth. That's just how my ADHD brain works. Let me get Dre Millie a co-host here.
It's like talking, you know what I mean? Or I like holding conversations. I'll say that because when there's nothing to say, I have nothing to say. But when we can talk about something, I can go for days. I'm dropping bars out here. You never have nothing to say. Oh, she's trying to play me.
Is she just in the background just checking on you?
She just hating, man. That's all that. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Does she when you're not on spaces with us, do you like just be talking to her about Artifact? Like you don't understand.
I don't talk.
To,
I don't ever talk to her about anything Artifact. Anything ever Artifact. She just lets me run wild like a stallion in the streets.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't ever talk to her about it. We talk about a lot of manifestation, universal, healing, love conversations. We have those type of conversations all the time, but we don't ever talk about Artifact. I'll rarely throw like some nuggets her way, and I can see her slowly melting as soon as I say something about it. She slowly just begins to melt away. So I just hold it back.
I think I keep it pretty low with Shaw too. You know, I'll update her on some stuff.
Shaw and Comer one and the same, bro. They ain't rocking with it.
She says I'm always showing her clones and shit. Like, yo, look at this clone.
Well, Comer did. She just proved a great point. She said Shaw is better than her at it because Shaw is actually immersed in the ecosystem. I can tell Comer like, yo, I'm gonna get you a clone. She look at me with a blank face like,
what am I gonna do with that?
Okay. Okay. I mean, you gotta think about it like this way too. Like, I've purchased, I would say 95% of her clothes and shoes for the duration of our relationship. So every time I come up and I'm like, yo, I got these for you, or I got this, she look at me like, all right. Like she might rock with it, or she might have some energy towards like, oh yeah, that's cool. But for the most part, just like, all right. And then I'll put an outfit together and then she's like, oh, this is dope. And then she'll start rocking. And that's how it is usually with a lot of the things that I'm interested in, because we're opposites when it comes to a lot of our interests. So it works, you know what I mean? It works.
Yeah, that's yin yang.
It's 100% yin yang. And that's the actual symbol that we use to showcase our relationship, because it has a lot more similarities than not, right? Yin yang down, if you want to get literal with it, right? Yin yang, her and out, yin yang. And then if you get spiritual with it, it's the same thing. But it's about balance. Always.
What's up, everyone?
You're gonna turn this into a deep take real quick.
Man,
Yeah.
this is where I live. I tell you all the
That was
time. I tell you all the time. I'm surface level when it comes to certain times in life, like these exchanges. Like I can skate on surface level, talking on Bad Take and having Twitter Spaces or even engaging in person. But you see how I always end up in this place, because this is who I am for real. Like I have to hold back. It's kind of like Spider-Man has to pull his punches or he'll knock somebody's head off. Like that's how I am. I have to pull my punches when I'm speaking, or I will dive deep into some shit, because that's where my mind always resides.
Hey, I don't think it's a bad thing.
I don't
think
either.
it's a bad thing, bro. It's a good thing.
You know, I'll rock with it.
It's special to be able to dive deep and see things on that level, bro. Not everybody can do it.
That's the only way I know how to see it. But I will regurgitate it back to someone on a very surface level because I know that not everyone either wants or does dive that deep into all of these situations. You know some fire shit though, for real. Speaking about that point, yesterday when I went to go see Bobby Hundred's this book signing event, he pulled me up to speak on the panel to close out the panel, and
What?
I was like, yeah, he was like, because he was on the mic, and I was standing in the back, just watching and listening. He was like, "Yo, Dre, I want you to I want you to speak. Can you speak for me?" And I'm like, "Damn, bro!" Like
Put him on the spot like
on the
that.
spot. I'm like, "Yo, I didn't want to expect him to talk. I didn't have any water, so I was kind of raspy. You know what I'm saying?" But it was dope. Like he was like, "You just so good at this, man. I would love for you to give like the closing words and speak on this point." And I was like, "Yeah, let's go."
You remember what the point was?
We were having a conversation about. Well, basically, the name of his book is NFTs Are a Scam. And then on the back of the book, it says NFTs are the future. So he was like, so I was like, so what you want me to talk about? And he was like, well, are NFTs a scam? Are NFTs the future? And I looked at him and I said, yes.
Yeah.
And left it like that.
Yeah.
But then we dove into the point behind it about how the public looks at things and perceives NFTs and the term NFT, how it's become this broken down, dirty word now that people don't necessarily want to refer to, but everybody loves a great digital collectible. But as soon as you start speaking about NFTs, it's a no. And of course, went to that point, and then I made the point about how we're in the Web 2.5 space. So it developed, of course, as I started going. But I just thought the point I'm making, I thought it was dope that I can walk into a Bobby Hundreds event and a person that is a legendary streetwear um, pioneer sitting on a panel with Sean Weatherspoon, one of the guys who created one of the best Nikes ever in history. And then next to Jeff Staple, another legendary streetwear artist, and Betty from Deadfellas, and the homegirl Mel from, well, she's done tons of stuff. Like just sit in front of these legends, and then they'd be like, "Yo, join us. Let's have a conversation." I was like, "Damn, that's what's up." And,
Well, you're putting together that LA panel and getting Bobby on that, getting to
yeah,
feel and kind of hear you talk and uh, what opened up that door, right? He understood like, hey, I can call on this guy at the back of the room and he's going to crush this because I've already seen his energy live. I sat on a panel with him for CloneX LA. So you opened that door by crushing that first interview with him, and now you've got that like you've got Bobby Hundred's trust to come up on his book signing panel, bro. That's fire. I didn't even
yeah,
know this happened. This is
yeah.
dope.
I didn't tell anybody. I kind of kept it close to chest, and plus it was just yesterday anyway. But yeah, that's the point I'm making. Like, because I've had some deep rooted conversations with him about these subjects, right? We've spoken about these things, but like I said, it's when I allow myself to fully open up, right, and get to that place and that point of vulnerability to be able to have these type of conversations that always seem to integrate its way into the conversations we have in here. People know that, and I think a lot more people at this day and age are looking forward to having those more so than the surface conversations, because you can get the surface stuff anywhere. You have to go to a really secluded, special place to be able to tap into somebody and have conversations on that deep rooted level. So him having that trust and knowing in me to be able to do so is what opened up the opportunity for me to do it at his book signing event, his first stop of his book tour in LA. Like it was fire shit. It was dope shit, and I was honored. So yeah, man. I always dive deep.
Have you read the
Wish
book yet?
Honestly, no. I got it signed though. I got I got Compound to sign one too. So and it's fire because he had a dude there from PSA who authenticated the signature and gave you a stamp to showcase that, a stamp and a card to showcase that the signature was graded a 10. So everyone who has a signed copy had a PSA authenticated card to go along with it.
I didn't
So
know that was a thing, bro.
I ain't know it was either, bro. LA is crazy.
He's authenticating it for you. You ain't got to pay for the service later on. This is
Right there. Dude was sitting right next to him on the computer, put a little stamp in the joint, put a little card in the joint, slid it on his way. I was like, damn, this is crazy. So yeah, got you. And he came with a t-shirt and a highlighter. So yeah, man. We out here. Sat down, talked to Betty. She's like, "Are you coming to VCon?" I'm like, "Absolutely not, Betty.
damn it.
Absolutely not." But everybody in that joint was going to VCon. It was fire because everybody flew out there just to see the homie have this book signing event. Like I'm talking about some of the most major players in the sector was there last night and in Barnes and Nobles at the Grove.
Oh, he's mad respected though.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah. So, it's due process. He deserves it, man. The homie, incredible energy, open minded, highly intellectual. He deserves it all, for sure.
I'm gonna fly out for all of your guys' book signings when that day comes. So that's because
Bro. I don't know. I'm not. I can't even say I'm not going to write a book. I just rather go straight to movie, straight to DVD.
I feel like Dre's like, oh, he's definitely gonna write a book for sure.
Man, if
Like,
I write a book, bro, it'd be if I really dive deep into the lineage of my life, bro. I think a lot of people will be upset, man. I got some. Y'all have no idea the shit I've been through in life, bro. I don't know if the world's ready.
You could write a book. You could definitely write a book.
I,
You just gotta get a little poetic with it, you know?
I mean, but I would have to change characters' names in the story because people would be mad that like you really gonna talk about this? You
That's
gonna...
the point of the story. No, you gotta tell the story, you know?
And
You do it.
and AI can swap out names for you.
Yeah.
Like easy. You can voice dictate it, text
Yeah,
transcribe, pump it through.
yeah.
It can be done super quick.
Nah, I'm with it, but I'm not one to stray away from things, right? So if it's somebody's name Jessica in real life, I'm gonna call them Jesse in a book or something stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't want to change the name. Like, nah, we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna go into it. We're gonna go into it.
Alright, so you said you want a movie. Are you gonna dox Jessica in the movie
Oh
too? Like,
yes, I'm doxing anyone who's a part of this story. If you got a chapter in this month, get ready.
imagine, imagine you broke Dre Millie back in the day and you end up in a fucking book, bro. Just on blast on a book.
Tell all, bro. Let's get to the root of it all. Nah, for sure. I can see that one day for sure. I'll definitely do it. You know what I mean? Once the timing is right, divine timing, I'll definitely be on it. But yeah, man, yesterday was fire, bro. If you would have, everything happens for a reason, right? I was in a solo mission, and it turned out super dope. But everybody knows it's wild how far the sermon of bad take has made it because everybody knows. Like he even said it on stage. Talked about CloneXLA, talked about bad take, like to be able to again have somebody at that point on that level, that stature, to be able to recognize the community efforts that's being made here, right now, is almost surreal. Like, damn, like we just really going that way. So it was a dope occasion, dope night.
Bro, I'm having post event FOMO, right? I should have went. Dude, I had a hard night last night, dude. We're about to get out of here in the early morning. I definitely wanted to get on this spaces though, and spend some time with y'all before I really hit the road tomorrow. I want to say what's up to Baron. We haven't even said hi fully to Rose, the amazing co-host. Rose, how's your day going? What's the new?
Oh, it's been rough my last few days. Like work has been just like busy where I like forgot to eat. Not good. Not
Oh,
good.
you forgot to eat?
I forgot to eat. Well, like partway through, they were like, "Damn, yeah, I'm doing something wrong." Though I just realized because I feel like I should be a general, but I'm operating as if I'm a lieutenant, and I got to figure that out like ASAP. Like
That was a
This camp.
bar, bro. That
Wait,
was a
wait.
bar right there.
Are you saying that you need to like up your? Are you saying that you're discounting your operating right now? You need to operate better because I think
Mm,
you operate at a high level. Like I don't think we can discount your operation skills right now.
I think because I mean, I can say I'm an empathetic leader, so I always will go down to the lowest rung if I need to relate, to help, to assist. But that was just taking a lot of time where I'm like, that I can't do that for too long, and it's just because I don't have the right levels of like managers and managers of managers in line. And I never want to leave anybody to feel like they're like left behind on my team or not in the know. So I don't know. It's different. It's probably the biggest team I've had ever. I have like 25 people in my team and not much like middle management layers. I'm like, I can't get to know 25 people intimately every day, every week. It's just too much. So it's just a matter of like me being aware of it and like trying to shift. I did see someone like post something really cool. It's so corporate, but time blocking your day so that you just have moments of like, I'm going to have all of my one-on-ones or all of my walking one-on-ones. Oh, where's Tevy? My walking one-on-ones. And then I'm having the times where I'm actually, do emails or do work. But it sounds so silly, but I think because, especially in Web3, we know we can get so distracted so quickly and do a lot of things, but yet not get anything done. That's the loop that I've been in for like the last 3 days. So I'm just trying to pull myself out, and I get grumpy when I can't paint every day. So this is like nervous Rose. I'm like, I need to go paint. I need to finish dinner fast and then paint and then hang out with my kids and remember to eat and all that. But I want to say hi to Sophie. She was on stage real early on and didn't get a proper hello either.
Hello. I feel like I was talking, so I like naturally got the hello from everyone, but yeah, I don't know. I felt like it was later in the week than it actually was, but I feel like I'm falling into that. I related to what you were just saying, Rose, like with the whole doing so many things, but like actually getting nothing done potentially. So I don't know. I feel you on that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. I tell myself every day that I'm like, each day is a reset. That's okay. Tomorrow will be better. I'm just going to be mindful of what I'm going to do tomorrow. Can't fix today. So be it. But we'll crush it tomorrow, Sophie.
That brings up a
Sure.
good question,
That.
man. What do you usually do? So we know that Rose, she just said she gets grumpy if she doesn't do her art. She doesn't get her creative energy out. What do you guys do for that release?
I like can't start my day if I don't do something active. I'm like actually kind of crazy in the morning. Like I don't go on my phone until like an hour into the day. So and like I like make that a really really like hard priority. And so like I like get out of bed, like I change my outfit, maybe I shower, maybe I go for a run, go for a walk, go outside, I don't know, do something, yoga, meditate, like read, whatever it is. Make a list of like what I'm about to do for the day, anything but like start the emails and Twitter and you guys all probably relate. Like once you get onto your phone, it's like notification from this person and this and that, and you a trillion distractions. That's what our phones are. So it's like just to give yourself a little bit of the day without that is really important.
That's a
Um,
huge fact.
I think I think in our world this time management thing is important because I'm terrible at it. Like I have stuff I legit have to get done during the day, specifically today. But I found myself way deep into Twitter. We had that campaign hit the timeline today, and I told myself like, hey, I'm gonna post, and then you need to get back to everything you're doing, right? And I didn't at all. I stayed plugged in for the whole time. It was way too much fun. But I think it's important to have some time management, like get your real life shit done. The Twitter stuff is here, but yeah, it's a struggle, guys. Anybody have any tips? Let me know. We can all work together.
That's why you got to start. Just give yourself like an hour to start your day, because once you see that campaign on the timeline, like you're trapped. You know that you just experienced that. But at least if that happens, you could say, all right, well, I had those 45 minutes in the morning of like my run or my whatever it is that like fuels you.
She's speaking the gospel right now. Like that's one thing that I've learned about myself is that when I'm into something, I'm into it. And that's either way, either side of the coin. So if I'm really into doing something well, like my daily disciplines, rolling out of bed, meditating, not touching my phone for, I've never done an hour, bro. That's tough. But like 30 minutes, you know what I mean? Making sure I get a workout in and then starting my day. If I'm into that regimen, I'm fully into it. But if I'm out of that bitch, I am out of it, bro. And
Me too. Me too.
that's where I'm at now. It's like I roll over, grab my phone, lay in the bed, and do it. And I've been feeling real like I was gonna say slothy, but I don't know if slothy is a
You get
word.
trapped.
Man,
You get trapped. Like then you're stuck in it.
and that's where I'm at. I won't ever say that I'm stuck on anything. I never like to feel like anything has control over my actions besides myself. And that's one thing I strive for. But I do know that I'm currently in that cycle of rolling over in bed and jumping into the matrix without necessarily doing my daily disciplines. And Rose, with you being in fit club, I'm sure you notice the difference in me. Like when I'm on it, I'm on it. Like morning fit club, I'm out here meditate, doing this, doing push-ups, doing this, doing that. When I'm not, I'm ghost town. Like where's Dre?
Yeah, I try to get physical, like do something physical within the first like half an hour to hour after I wake up. Like you gotta get the blood flowing, you gotta get the endorphins popping and get the brain working and like I'll go to the gym and so like at the gym's maybe a 3 minute drive from the house. And so I can get there and I'll stay off my phone until I get on the treadmill while I'm warming up. And I'm just walking or maybe lightly jogging and then I could pull the phone out while I'm on the treadmill and get kind of caught up, post if I got to post, and then put it down. Because my brain in the back, my brain's gonna constantly be thinking like, what the hell's online? What am I missing? I got to get online. I got to check. So if I can check while I'm like warming up or like getting the blood flowing, and then just put it down for the next hour, get my workout in, do my day. You know what I mean? So I'll start with something physical for the body and to get everything popping and then at the end of the day, at night when I get home, I do something mental like paint or just something to get my brain to try and like, get out whatever's still left in from the day, but, give my body a rest. So
That's alpha right there, bro. Um, I'm actually gonna try that. So I will usually wake up and I'll kind of head straight to like my desk and get on the computer, and then I won't even eat breakfast for like the first couple hours. So it's maybe yeah, Baron, don't give me that thumbs down, bro. It's terrible. Um, yeah, dude, I'm gonna try the Rupsy. I'm gonna try the Dre and Rupsy. I don't know about not getting on my phone right when I wake up though, and I know Dre hasn't been keeping to that because he's rolled out of bed into a space multiple times now the last couple weeks, like waking up into the space. So I like the Rupsy one though, man, because he says that I can still have my phone and can still plug into the Matrix, but you just have to be on the stairs of the treadmill or something.
absolutely, and like I said, I'm on that treadmill within like a half an hour to 45 minutes after I wake up anyway. So like it's not like I'm on my phone like pretty much right away, but I'm also moving. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to get the blood going. So it's not just laying in bed. That's for Sunday. Sunday I wake up, I lay in bed, slowly get out of bed unless my son just cries his face off, and then I could just lay there and just get on IG or Twitter or whatever the hell I got to get on and slowly get my day started.
It works. It works though, man. Like when you take the time to utilize those daily disciplines, you see the trend of your life feeling more fulfilled. Your actions feel like they're actually having a purpose and not just floating to do things. And at least that's what I noticed for me. When I'm on that regimen of executing my daily disciplines, life feels more enriching every single day. But these last couple of days, since I got back from Tokyo, to be honest, like Comp said, I've been hitting the ground heavy doing so many things that I haven't fully made the time to stick to those daily disciplines. I maybe meditated twice since I've been back. And I was talking to AC about this at the book signing yesterday, Comp, and he was like, "Yo, it's like is Tokyo still kicking your ass like it was before?" And I'm like, "Man, it was." He was like, "Cause I was." He was like, "I know you got back, And I was talking to Comp about a couple of things, and then he was like, "Yeah, I know Dre gonna be taking a time out for some time because he just got back." And he was like, "And you was on Bad Take the next day, and then on that panel the day after that." And I was like, "Bro, I went was on that panel the day after I got back from Tokyo, and it seems like it's just been something that's been churning nonstop, which I've been enjoying, but I haven't made the time to get my mind aligned correctly." And me speaking to you guys about it now is knowing that I'm just taking full accountability for my choices and now having the ability to make the change and the switch that I know I need to make. So appreciate you guys for whipping my ass.
Yeah, it's funny how the universe
Hey,
starts to
like,
listen. Like when you start doing the shit that you know you're supposed to be doing, like you're on your regiment, you're in your routine, and the universe just starts to listen and it gives back kind of what you're putting in, bro, and things tend to fall in place a little bit easier and so I that's just from my point of view, that's what I've learned. That's why I just have to force myself to stay in my routines. But yeah, if I keep this kind of momentum and I keep doing this stuff, then the universe pays me real nicely. So.
You and I both. I agree with that 110%. Kaz, I know you jumped up, man. What's on your plate? What's your thing? What's your release button?
I was just coming up to soak up all this healthy living knowledge because shit, Sophie said an hour no phone in the morning. That is honestly like grail status. If I can get to that, oh man, I'd probably be living.
Dude,
Probably be
how
doing
quick
good.
an hour flies by. Like, an hour is nothing. I feel like you all know that. Like, I'm not even saying crazy stuff here, you know? Like, by the time
I feel
you
you.
get out of bed, you open your eyes, you brush your teeth, you do stuff, like, that's already like 25 minutes, you know? You're halfway there. Just go do something for yourself then, and you're like set, you know? It doesn't need to be an hour, you know? We could take baby steps. I didn't mean to intimidate you all.
Yeah, shoot for 15. I'd usually try 30. Like I tell myself 30. But you know the cheat code behind that is I'll meditate for 20 of that 30. So I'm like, I'm almost done. You know what I'm saying? But try for 15 minutes. And it usually works. For me, it does. But the
Yeah, I
hour,
think
woo.
step is just getting out of bed without going on your phone. So as long as you can then extend that, that's on you. Like, I think maybe even 5 minutes, you know. But like a lot of people, they open their eyes and they grab their phone, and you're like you said, you're in the matrix at that point.
Yeah, I was
you're
just
you're
saying.
like Compound seeing the campaign and stuck on Twitter for the next 5 hours. Like, where'd time go?
Yeah, I was gonna say because I got about like 30 to 15 seconds at this point, and the past like week since like getting back from Japan as well, like just random wake up times in like the middle of the night. So I'll be up at like 3 a.m. just who knows doing what. Um, but I do have a random question because I've actually been thinking about this, and this is for the meditating people since there's a lot of people who do that in this group. But I noticed when I started regularly meditating, I would always see like the same like mental image, and I still do when I meditate now. I was just wondering if that's like things that because I've seen like some one random Twitter thread about somebody doing it, but I could never find it again. But I just was curious. That was something that everybody had going on.
Sound like some special golden child shit to me, bro. So no. This it happens. It happens depending on what level you are, and that's what I've learned. Like depending on how focused I am on the daily disciplines and exercising in that manner, I have to work to get to that level. But some people just are there, and that's not something to be slighted, man. That's if you can get that type of imagery flowing to you in that state, and that speaks a lot about your energy for real. So I would say pay attention to that and keep diving into it.
Damn, you trying to make me feel special and shit. I thought I was just gonna get everybody's like mental image. No, I mean, I think, but I agree. I think it's for me. There's definitely days where like I've gone like a couple weeks or something like that, and I haven't meditated. It's actually like hard to see, but when it's like a regular everyday thing, it's like, yeah, real quick. Um, It's interesting, man. That's interesting. I'm gonna listen to Dre Millie. He ain't steering me wrong yet, you know. So when I'm back on this meditating train, not fucking on Twitter first hour of my life. Oh God, I want to be so spiritual and lovely.
You feel better. Things just it feels more fulfilling. Like right now in my life, like things are moving, so I'm feeling good about the momentum of the movement. But I don't feel as centered as I usually do. I feel more like being pulled in multiple directions. I guess like kind of being stretched thin, pause. But I usually feel, and if you guys think about it, because I'm here with y'all damn near every day, so you can almost see my trajectory depending on my actions. Like if you see me really diving into some shit that you normally wouldn't see me diving into some shit, you know I'm not really as centered as I could be. You know what I'm saying? Because I I'll flow into some bullshit because that's just where I stem from. That's where my standards have stemmed from for so long. But when I'm zen and I'm connected and I'm focused, then that's when you get the part of me that's like, nah, y'all need to chill. There's no need for this. We don't need to do that. Let's think about it from another way. If it's me wilding out, bro, I will wild the fuck. That's what I'm saying. If I write a book, y'all gonna learn some shit and be like, what? What is this? No way. Yeah, yes way. This is it. Ellen, what's good, man? I know you got something to speak about this.
Oh no, I was just gonna say how wonderful I thought it was to hear like people have have a meditation practice and are at sort of different stages in that practice. It's definitely something that a lot of people in this space could use a lot more of. And I mean, I know this is a special community and a special place right here in Bad Shake, this little sub community culture that we're creating. But I think that for me, it's like I'm the same way, Dre. Like I can get real emotional about shit, and I can get real entangled in the emotions of others because of, um, my sort of natural empathetic leanings. Like as a sort of an empath, you can take or you can sort of onboard others' emotions. And whenever you're in this space, the emotional roller coaster that you can go on in such a short amount of time, it's really taxing. And it can do a number on your nervous system. And so yeah, whenever I'm the same dude, whenever I am being consistent with my practice, I'm able to disentangle a lot easier. I'm able, like you say, to stay a little bit more centered, and it's a lot easier to not latch on to an emotion like just for a dopamine hit. It's a lot easier to just to be zen and to be calm and not engage in.
Not engage in the bullshit. I'll fill it in the gaps for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just say he shrugged just as things were getting good. I was at a jump down, jump back up because I was like, I'm not gonna miss this.
No, but that's facts though. That's what it is, man. It took me a long time to build up the patience, and I usually I use visuals to speak my points, and I always talk about one thing I was always saying when I used to do Love Line on IG Live every Thursday, and I'll talk to people about emotional intelligence. I would say that we all have our own TNT, triggers and traumas, and when you think of TNT, I think of like the Looney Tunes TNT with the big ass bomb that say TNT on it, right? So when you think about those dynamite sticks being tied together, you have to light them. You usually have a wick that gives you time before the dynamite explodes, and everybody's wick is a different length, and basically saying like everyone's patience has a different level of depth. So I say all that to say my wick used to be, I wouldn't say incredibly short, but it was short. It was a little bit nubby, right? So it could be one thing that it could take me and get me there, like mother, and then I would just, after my TNT exploded, you know, you just deal with the aftermath of having that explosion, that carnage, whatever it is. But after I started instilling these disciplines into my daily life, my wick became that much longer and my patience became that much deeper. So, for instance, yesterday with that ledger shit, and I would see so many people upset about it, like ledger, people banging their ledgers with mallets on rocks, and I'm like, yo, this is ridiculous. But it's so easy, like Ellen said, to get entangled in this echo chamber of emotions that people have, and I found myself starting to be pulled into that. And I don't necessarily even agree with any of the things that people were saying about Ledger. It was just the fact that people were saying these things and I kept running across it across my timeline. So it was tying me up into it. And that's when I kind of realized, like, yo, I need to chill. Like, let me get more zen. Let me go back to my daily disciplines, my routine, so I can extend my wick so I don't have to. Because if we hear every day, this is something that we just deal with. Being on the timeline, we build in this community within this Web2 platform. This is the primary platform that we use, right? We always say go touch grass, yes, but at the same time, we still building this thing. We still building this community and this culture. So we have to be present. It's just learning how to regulate the energies while staying present, so you don't get caught up into, like I said, the bullshit. And it's so easy to do here. So we have to be just, and I think this is something maybe we can do as a unit, be just as intentional with the clearing of the energy, whatever that may be. And that's why I brought up the question, what do you guys do? Whether it may be going to the gym, meditating, eating certain foods, fasting, whatever it may be,
Breath work.
painting. We should do that together as a unit, so that way we all have that much more extension on our wick for our TNT. And I think if we all do that together, think about the unison of the energy, how further we can go, how stronger we will be, how mentally built, how much mental fortitude we will have as a unit in the community. Like, it would just carry us to the next level. We already there. It'll just be the upgraded version of this. So something to ponder on, something to think about.
Yeah, dude, I love that idea. Sorry, I got a telephone call right in the middle of what I was trying to say earlier, but yeah, no, I absolutely love that idea, Dre. I mean, I think that that would would benefit so many people in so many ways, and I think that a lot of people have a hard time approaching the subject. And it's one of those things that if you embed in your culture, like it's a lot more approachable to somebody that wouldn't necessarily think about it or engage in it or practice it. And, as we sit here and build culture, we got to build, the culture that we want to live in, right? Like we got to build a culture that we want to have, that that attractive factor that people walk up to and be like, I want to be a part of this. And it has to be dynamic and multifaceted, and also allow people to level up, because it's one of those things, like especially practicing meditation or breath work, it's one of those things that's lifelong practice. Like you're never a master at that shit. Like you can always do a little bit more or get a little bit better or get a little bit more clarity. You know what I mean? So it's easier to kind of relay that to people from a cultural perspective when you say, like, we're all on this path. Like I was where you were at one point in time. We're all on this path together. We're all living unique human experiences together. And so just hop on board and try it on, see what you think. This is an open, receptive, vulnerable place for you to check it out, see it, and see if it's something that you fuck with, because it's something we fuck with, and it's all good.
110%. Like, remember when we had the Zen sessions? I forgot what dude's name was, but I thought that was some
Yeah,
of the most.
Kenji
Yeah,
Sunberg.
that
Yeah.
shit was
Kenji.
so fire. I was like, who's doing this? Nobody, nobody else is doing this. We doing this. That's crazy. But it was so dope. And of course, it's all intentional, right? Nobody's gonna take the time to plan and execute something like that just to do it. Like, hey, let's get this dude Kenji in here talking about drinking water and meditating while we're having these this monolith sessions. It sounds good to you, sound good to me, let's do it. Like, nah, it was intentional. And that's the one thing I love about this project, this brand, this community, is that when you break down the intentions, it's always some next level stuff. I've had the fortunate ability to sit down and have some conversations with Chris, the founder, one of the founders of this, and he is a very deeply centered, deeply rooted individual. Like, being able to sit down and have conversations with him, I think if people could do that on an individual basis, they would appreciate everything that's happening that much more, because you get to know the individual. It's not just you see a external encounter with someone. Like, you actually get to have a deeply rooted conversation to understand their thought process and how and why they live the way that they live. And having the opportunity to have that time, it just garners more respect, not only for him, but for the things that he's done to help build this project, this brand, to what it is, because it stems and leads to situations just like the meditation with Kenji. And it's just next level dope stuff. It's hard to find people who are in the same tribe and on the same wavelength when you have these type of thoughts and this sharing this type of energy. But it's here, right? Evidently, we talking about it right now. So this is, I just think it'd be good for it'd be better for the greater good to have, and to be able to have these type of conversations with everyone who's here. Like, Compound's gonna be gone for the next couple of days. Y'all about to be we about to be tapping into some shit, bro. When he's out of here. So get prepared. So
Bro, I'm planning my next Vegas trip right now in the DMs while you guys are chatting. I don't know if you checked your DMs, Dre, but you want to hit up
yeah,
Randy,
no, you
bro.
just I saw you hit
Uh,
me up.
yeah, so I'm getting my next Vegas trip
Yo,
planned
you talking
right
about
now
Hurt?
while I'm about to
Yeah.
drive to
Yeah, y'all
Vegas.
y'all are gonna ride out with Hurt?
Are we trying to organize and get something together right now? But you know how he get down, bro. He want to take it to the max.
Yeah, I did. Well, loop me in, and I'll definitely ride it. I got fucking all the Zuki fools.
I told him to message you,
Okay,
Ilan.
cool.
He's trying to secure one of the VIP tables, and I said I got to have Ilan
Take
with
it
me.
to
All
the
right, word.
max.
Yeah,
But
tables.
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'm gonna be sitting there watching y'all get turned up as I drink my seltzer water and lime juice.
He don't drink either. It's just the fact that the table's next to the DJ. I mean, it's the right way
No,
to
no,
do
that's a
Vegas
fact.
when
That's
you
a
do it.
fact.
And if we could get 15 other clones doing it, bro,
It'll be
like,
lit, lit. My man speaking to me in ETH. Yo, it'll only be
yeah, he told me too. He said, "Yo, it's only going to cost this much ETH," and I said, "I don't know how much
right.
that is, so count me in, baby." I'm not doing the math on that.
Right. I am there.
Can I send you a? Can I send you an
All
NSA?
right. We can run. Let's run a trade real quick, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad. Super glad that that Randy reached out to y'all on that. That's really cool. I have not. I know he became an advisor on that James Jean project, which is another sort of art project that I'm in that I keep kind of an eye on, just because I love James Jean. I love his art. One of my favorite artists, living at the moment, and so yeah, they brought him on to advise on the next iteration of that project, Adrift. And I know he's like super duper busy, doing all sorts of shit. I would love to, and I know that he's like definitely a one of those sort of cross community motherfuckers like me that gets like down with clones and Azuki. So I
He should be hitting you up,
I love
Ellen.
to
I
see
told
that.
him to
Yeah,
message you.
cool.
Are you down to join us, dude, or you don't want to hang with
No,
us?
yeah, dude. Like, I'm throwing down. Like, dude. So I got a few different tables that I'm throwing down on. I got the Spirit one, a BBB one, and if y'all do one, like, I'll definitely throw down on that one too. So
Wait, you're gonna be at 3 tables, Dylan?
yeah, dude. That's like you gotta fucking hang out with
Yo,
everybody.
Ilan has got yo, bro, that's a different way to do Vegas. He's going 3 tables.
Yo, how does the tables thing work? By the way, I don't even know. I don't. Okay, from my understanding, there's an Azuki event. We get to go in, cool. But then now there's this table shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, to my understanding, it's just like a place to post up. Like the weird thing about Vegas is it can be like just insane. There's no real place to like just go like take a deep breath. And yeah, as far as the tables go, I mean, I think that's just like a place, a hub, as it were, like a hub to just with all your homies and usually there's bottle service at the table so that you don't have to go and wait in line at the bar or whatever. So it's just kind of makes things a little bit more efficient because yeah, I mean, like at the club in Vegas it's fucking chaos, and if you have a table then you have a little bit of an oasis in the chaos.
And you get to sit down, bro.
Yeah.
That's the you get to your feet be hurting from walking the strip all day or whatever. You get to sit down.
Well,
That's the super bonus.
usually they have a 15 limit, a 15-person cap, and if everybody's drinking and everybody's waiting at the bar, Vegas drinks, bro, are like $40 a pop.
Stupid.
So the table comes with crazy amount of alcohol. So we did the math one time. I went to Vegas and we all did a table and we came out on top by doing the table over everybody buying drinks all night and waiting in line all night. It ended up paying for itself. You had to, and also you got to sit down. You had space to hang out. Like, you had a better view normally. So I do it in terms of how many drinks is 15 people going to drink, and can a table increase that experience and maybe save you some money. Sometimes it does, dude. It depends on the
That's what I'm
event.
saying. If I don't drink, right, I'm paying for y'all to get toasted, and I'm sitting here sipping on spritzers. You know what I'm saying?
They got water
You're
service,
paying for
bro.
your spot. You're paying
What
for your
are you?
spot at the table so that you could be at like the best view next to the DJ booth. That's what it is, really. And
Are
then
you
the
guys gonna
alcohol
be
too.
there at the Vegas event?
What's up?
Are you guys gonna be at the Vegas event?
Yeah, bro. That's what we're talking about right now. We're
Oh,
gonna be
fuck.
there. Let's fucking go,
Oh,
baby.
fuck. Let's go.
The clones are
Okay, so should
coming.
I get a table or what? Fuck.
The clones. If you want, I can tell my friend to see if he's looking for. He's putting together 15 people right now. So if he's got a spot, I can tell him to message you.
How much is it for one, like a split of the table?
0.3 ETH, whatever that is.
Nobody knows.
Don't
You
do the
see, you
math
see
for
how
me in
quiet it got
USD.
with that one? The cricket should have came on after that joint.
That's some expensive
That's what
spritzers,
I'm
Dre.
saying.
But they gonna bring it to you though in like the glass bottle that spring water imported from the Swiss
That's
Alps. You
what
know
I'm
what I mean?
saying. I'm drinking straight soda water and lime for point 0.3 ETH.
That's me and you. If I were there, that'd be the same. But the seat is worth it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would
I was
say.
about to say for my wife, or if you're like a female, you got on heels, bro. Like that seat is everything. She
Yeah.
like I have
Put,
got to
Did
sit
you guys hear
down.
my
putting the
ringtone?
purse down, putting the jackets down. Like, remember in that one event we went to, we had the with Chris, and he got those tables down there, and all the girls were able to put everything down and like actually enjoy themselves. It's it's worth it
I mean, I
sometimes, man.
understand the club logistics, man. I've come from that life, but it's a reason why I left it behind. But I will do it, just to be with the homies. I fuck around and get there and be like, yo, I'm going to sleep, man. So
Dude, Dre, I feel like we could probably get you into the table with
I
or
mean,
without it.
that's
No.
I didn't want to have to say that because it sounds kind of pretentious, but I definitely agree with that statement.
What was the? Sorry, did you guys hear my ringtone, by the way?
Yeah, it was like do do do
Could you
do
tell what it was?
do do
It's
do 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 do.
it's a Mario Kart 64 song. It's the Koopa Troopa Beach soundtrack. I actually use that, so it's my ringtone, but it's also sometimes my like alarm to wake up. So when people call me, I'm like, oh shit, okay. But I just like haven't changed it. But for like per table, how much? I sorry if you guys answered that. Like, how much would it cost for just like a portion of it or whatever, like the per person split?
Yo, we just had a full conversation on it. His ringtone missed the whole convo.
Yeah, because
Uh,
I picked up and I told the person that called me to I'd call them back. So then I
don't
came back here and then yeah.
Don't ever call me during bad take. What are you doing? Chupa chupa ringtone. Hey, so the table, I guess, for this Vegas event is 0.3 ETH per person. That's the exact reaction we had when we said it the first time too. Everybody said, "What? Yo, y'all never been to Vegas? Are you
This will be
kidding
my
me? This
first
shit's
Vegas trip, by the
expensive,
way.
bro."
This will be the
What's
first time
up?
I'm going to Vegas.
Yeah, bro. Literally anywhere you go, walk down the strip, you want a drink. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go get a drink. $40 drink instantly.
Facts.
Anybody can confirm. 40's low
That's a
point,
fact.
bro. You pay $50 for a drink sometimes. Anywhere, bro. There's like some dive bars you can go to off the strip. You might catch some better deals, but if you're anywhere near where all the
That's a
tourists
fact.
go, you're gonna get
I mean,
taxed,
what
bro.
about
Look,
liquor stores? Are they like normal prices or?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, you get better
you could
prices.
drink to open container too, but
Yeah.
you could go to liquor store and just buy you a fifth and just be walking down the street like
A
Kanye.
fifth.
You know what I mean? Talking to Taylor Swift, you know what I mean, with your whole bottle. But they do got those what are all those Mardi Gras places with those ginormous
Oh yeah, the what they call grenade or some shit like that.
yeah, but it's the like the not daiquiri, I forget what it's called, but they got them everywhere. You can get one like big as your whole torso.
Yeah,
But the sugar,
They
man,
call
all
it
the
the
sugar,
yard.
yeah,
The
the
yard
yard,
because
yep,
it's 3 feet tall. Yeah.
yeah, but all the sugar in those, bro, your head be ringing after after a couple of
yeah.
them.
Bro, you can
For
go to
real.
the pool parties at Vegas, and the waters, they're not even full size waters, are like $10. They're like little baby waters, dude. They tax on everything
That's a
inside.
fact.
That's the cabanas at the pool parties, bro. You want to sit down at the pool, you get shade and you get a seat because they be packed, bro. But you paying a couple racks to sit down by the
Yep.
pool, like for
It's
real,
stupid.
like
I
across
don't
the.
I don't do Vegas anymore. I'm literally only going because like all my friends in here are going. I hate getting taxed in Vegas. And I know a lot of people in Vegas, bro, and I have a lot of friends that like can get specific deals and you still get taxed on the side, like those little, yeah, just like we're talking about right now. You can't
That's
always
it.
make it out unscathed.
He said he going down to Fremont, man. He heard everything. He going down to Fremont. You can catch him down there on the discount side.
Come through. Dre Millie, you coming or you just not? I'm gonna go, bro.
No, I'm coming for sure. I'm not coming for the drinking and the sloring. I'm coming for the networking and the you know whatever I need to do.
Dude,
Yo,
I'm going to Vegas tomorrow for 4 days and so after this weekend, I'm gonna come back and be like, nah, fuck no, I ain't going to Vegas. So this is like me feeling a little bit motivated, but after 5 days, camping out in Vegas at EDC, I'm probably gonna be like, I ain't ever going back to that city ever until you know
That's a
next
fact. I
year,
went last
or the
year
next month.
for G4, and we ordered some. I remember Kuma and I ordered some waters to the hotel. And it was like the big bottles of Voss waters. You know, they come in those glass water bottles. I think I got 7 bottles. That shit was like $225 or something stupid.
Yeah, you
I
didn't, and
swear.
Lord knows you won't drink out of the
Oh,
sink,
it's
bro.
not at
Because
all. I
that,
ain't even. I don't even want it to touch my body. If I don't have
because that sink is not reverse osmosis, and we
it
ain't
at
having it.
all. So no, it busted it. Like, damn. But
Yeah, bro. Dre will pay
comp, you
two
going to
hundred and twenty
EDC?
dollars for water. What's
You
up?
say you going to EDC?
Yeah, yeah, we got the RV all loaded up.
Okay.
This is our third year in a row. We bring the RV out and we get like the power hookups and the camping, and you just walk right outside the gate, right back into bed, bro. It's the way to do it if you're gonna do it. They have some EDC has some suites in the Speedway. I think the only better accommodations than bringing the RV out to EDC is probably the suites, like in the Speedway. They have like rooms that are right there, but those things are expensive as hell. Or the helicopter. They have helicopters that'll take you into EDC and they'll drop you off like um from the hotels. Like that's next level VIP. There's a VIP package with helicopter rides into that.
that's
So
crazy.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, bro, you could go as big as you want in Vegas if you got the money. They'll do it, bro. But no, we like to bring our own shit out there and just camp it out in the speedway. Oh, what's up? What's up, Wiz? We got two beans on stage, baby. Let's
Um.
fucking go.
Oh hell yeah, Kiro, my boy, my boy. Um. So, speaking of EDC, I've never been to EDC. I used to hate the thought of like music festivals in general. I used to be like just really salty and whatnot. And then my wife, I met my wife, and then she had me. I've been to Coachella 3 times now, and like the first time I originally I was just like, God, like I don't want to be with these like people. They're like, Coachella, like LA, that kind of shit. Okay, that's how I felt. I'm different now. I'm a different person, not because of Coachella, it was just other things. But anyways, Coachella is actually really fun. Like we if we go now, we just rent a house with people. And it's just it's cool because it's there's just a bunch of different types of music there, and you can just like chill all day, and like it's really fun. But what I originally raised my hand uh to say was that, so I listed a potatoes um to so I can sell it, and then I'm gonna hunt for a clone. But I listed it last night before I went to bed, and then like I put it really close to the floor, and then like the floor dipped, and now I'm like, fuck, like just I just want to sell it so I can start looking for a clone. So now I'm playing that game of like figuring out where I want to sell this shit and whatnot. But yeah, dude, I'm looking at clones, and there's just so many sick ones. I found like I'm gonna make a post about this, but it's just like it's just four, just I just picked four that I saw randomly, but they're all mixed with like Murakami stuff. And there's just so many amazing just so many amazing traits. It's just crazy. Like once you start looking into the collection, because I've done it before, like months ago, I would look at the collection. I was like, wow, this is really cool. But then the longer you look, the more you like see more traits, and you're just like, I don't know, it blows me away. It's pretty cool. So I'm excited about that. And then lastly, I wanted to say, um, I'm gonna head out because my best friend's coming over because it's my birthday today. So
Let's
I
fucking
uh,
go, baby. Happy
I love you
birthday.
guys.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday,
Happy
man.
birthday,
Hey,
brother.
Happy birthday.
Happy
hey,
HBD,
birthday.
HBD.
you got the clone bug, dude. That we all have the clone bug. Once you start looking, it's hard to stop. I still look at clones daily, and I don't have ETH left to buy more clones. I've now bought two clones in the last month, and I'm tapped out. But here I am looking at clone traits, and I still see ones that I've never seen before. So congrats, bro, on getting the clone bug. You're fucked. You are
You're
fucked.
fucked.
And happy birthday, baby.
It's
Let's
gonna
Yeah,
be
go.
lit,
congrats,
man.
and you're fucked.
You
You
know,
know what? That sounds
Congrats.
like NFTs in general too,
that's a
or like
fact.
I don't know. It's like, wow, like if you okay, let's say you like make okay, let's say you make a good sale or you make money or something. You're like up a little bit in NFTs. You would be like, congratulations, and also you're fucked.
That is accurate.
I mean,
You know what's
you're
wild
not.
about this whole space is that I saw it was your birthday, but I thought I saw that post yesterday because of how time warps in Web 3 or Web
You're
2.5.
right. You're
It's
right.
crazy as well. I was like,
Something you see in the morning and then compared
yeah,
to something in the afternoon, you're like, whoa, I
that
thought that
was
was like a couple
yesterday.
of days ago.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, no, but, I'm about to say congratulations on your birthday, but yeah, congratulations on your birthday.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man. Happy birthday. I was gonna say when you pick your clone, man, make sure I didn't got a couple clones, three clones, and two that I purchased, afterwards. And the first one, like I kind of picked based off rarity or this or traits, and this most recent one I got that I'm using for my PFP, man, I really picked it because I just like I had seen it and I just loved it as like I just vibed with it personally. And I would definitely advise you, man, make sure I would try not to get too caught up in necessarily trying to find something rare or like a trait other people think are cool or that's selling. Like get something like that you like. I mean, I scroll through the clones all the time and I can get super high up in ETH before I find anything that I would like more than like my current clone. And it's not, there's nothing super crazy or rare about my current clone, but I also wanted like something specific. Like I wanted a very clean look, and I wanted something that looked like me, and I wanted traits that I could resonate with. And so every day when I'm scrolling through the clones, like I never have FOMO, and I never feel like, oh man, I wish I would have got this other clone that's quote unquote more valuable or more rare, for the same amount, because I don't vibe with it. So I would definitely advise you to do that. And then the other thing I want to say is, man, you got that license renewed? You got that taken care of?
Oh, on my actual license? Is that
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. But okay, the kind of fucked up thing is, this is kind of funny. So she said it was going to be like $126 for like my new license, which is also like a passport thing on it too. So when I swiped my card, it said 86, and then I was just like, all right, whatever. Maybe I was just like, cool, it's actually cheaper, whatever. And then like a couple of hours later, they call me and they're like, oh, you're gonna have to come back and like pay the rest of that. I charged you wrong. I'm like, motherfucker, like get out of here. I was like, well, can I, like, how soon do I have to do that? Like, is it, do I have to come do it right now, or like can it be a few days? She's like, well, just try to do it before next week because something. But I'm just like, god damn it. But yeah, I got it covered. So thankfully we're good.
So you're
Sweet.
just now turning 21 today, and your first Vegas trip is next week. Let's fucking go, Wiz. That is lit. You are about to have the time of your life, and you're getting a new ID, or is it a registration? Either way, bro, we're gonna make sure you have a good time for your 21st.
All right, I appreciate you.
That's the perfect time to go to Vegas, man. I was gonna say a Vegas / license story real quick. I went to Vegas earlier this year, and we were going to get drinks or something, and my wife was like, "Oh man, I forgot my passport," like at the house or at the hotel. I forget. I think it's like at the house, and I was like, "Well, why don't you use your driver's license?" She's like, "Oh man, it expired, and I forgot to renew it." I'm like, "How long has it been expired?" She's like, 9 months or something. I'm like, "What? Like, yo, you can't just be driving around. You can't just like, you gonna get arrested. You can't just drive around with no license, like in principle, because like And she's like, "Oh yeah, I've been meaning to do it." I'm like, "It's kind of important. Like, you need to actually like."
You know what? Does she have ADHD, by the way? Because I my tabs have been expired for 11 months. Just FYI, and I renewed them. I picked them up today, but I have to renew them in a month. But the problem with me is that I got something in the mail that's like, oh, I remember this now. But I got something in the mail that was like, oh, it's time to renew your tabs. I'm like, oh, cool, okay. And then it just exited my mind for like months. And then like 2 months ago, I was like, oh shit, I think my tabs are expired. And then I looked, and then they were. I was like, okay, I'll do that tomorrow. And then fucking still 2 months later, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I better go do this while I'm renewing my license. Like, this shit wrecks my life, but it's actually a normal thing. So yeah, it's fucked.
Y'all gotta move to Arizona, man. My license don't expire till 2048, and I've had that shit since I was 17. So, like, it's crazy. It's been like I don't gotta go back in there for shit another 25 years. I'm good, baby.
What?
You don't
Wait,
have to test or nothing, no written test,
Nothing,
no
dude. I don't
driving
gotta
test,
do
no
nothing.
nothing.
I could lose both my ears, both my eyes, both my hands, and both my feet, and I don't gotta go back in there for nothing until I'm 2048, baby. Let's go.
No
move to
feet, you
Arizona
still
is
Arizona,
Gotta
whipping.
love
baby.
wild.
that car. Gotta love those high insurance rates out here in Phoenix, baby. Yep.
That's
Move to
crazy.
Arizona and have a heat stroke? What?
we gonna whip with no feet, no hands. Don't matter. Got my L's, baby. We out here.
That is
It is the craziest
wild.
shit. It's the craziest shit.
Yeah, we got to go in there every couple of years to take a written test. Go retake the written test. You got to take the test again. Like, and that's why Tree, she was like, I know how to drive. It's not like I don't know how to drive. I'm like, that don't matter. Like, you can't just tell the officer I know how to drive. We need to get that license in Arizona and just go on and whip out here.
Wait, wait, wait,
Had
wait,
to
wait, wait,
take.
wait,
I've
wait.
never had to take a test again though.
I'm about to say, where that come
Wait,
from?
don't make California look bad. Hold on.
Where's that come
Wait,
from?
hold on. Wait, my license expires in 2025, but when was it issued? 2021. So they give you 4 years. It looks like.
You
Does
don't
that
have
seem
to
right?
take the written test every 4 years, but I do think you have to maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Let me Google it.
If you get old, bro, if you hit like thick, oh snap! Did they make you redo the written test and the driven test? No. Is it what?
Not the driving. Oh yeah, though not the driving, but I think I had to I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
Dude, everybody just wants to make California sound bad.
I was
It's
about to
bad, but
say,
like,
bro.
let's not. I'm just playing.
Is
Yeah,
that a California
In
thing?
Arizona, your Phoenix doesn't, your license doesn't expire till you're 65.
Yo, that's
Wow.
yeah. No,
It,
see, that's smart.
don't y'all got a boatload of old ass people out there too? Anyway.
Yeah, it is not smart, bro, because there's some people on the road that need to have some damn driving tests, bro. There are people out here that don't got any business being on these roads, bro. Shit's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yo, my boy told me, yeah, it says you got to take it every 5 years when you get old. You're right. So, yeah, I'm tripping. But my boy told me the other day, he in Seattle, but he told me the other day, bro, a old lady just drove into him, just head on, like just smashed right into him. He said he was looking at her the whole time. He's like, oh, she going to stop. She going to stop. She going to stop. And they was in a parking lot, so it wasn't like a street, but she legit just drove head first, like right into him. I'm like, bro, it looked like you
YOLO.
should have jumped out the car and rolled.
Oh, some Batman shit, huh?
Bro, she
Yeah,
knew
bro.
exactly what she was doing, bro. She knew. That's why I can't wait till I get old. Now I have an excuse. You know what I mean? I can get away with all kinds of crazy shit.
Not just staring down. No, like, yeah, I'm coming. Here I come.
He said they made eye contact, bro. Like I know she seen me. Like he said he could see her eyes, and he just knew she was gonna stop. She just smashed right into him, head on.
That's so funny. You can't even get mad at an old lady either. That's funny. It's terrible. Old lady hit my car today when I was in the grocery store. And I looked at her. Like I said, I haven't been meditating either. My wick was short, bro. I was ready. Like, what the? Just hit the Tesla. Got out to her car. She had like this busted ass Volvo with a taped up rear view mirror, like super busted. Got out, hit my shit with no concern. Boom! Like, damn. I looked at her, looked at her in her face.
You
And
could buff that out, bro.
I saw how thick her glasses was. And I was like, man,
Bro, your big ass probably scared the hell out of that
I
lady.
even honestly I didn't even say nothing to it, but the inside of me was like, mother, I was like, nah, it ain't worth it, man. I ain't gonna try to ruin her day. I just let her walk it off. She looked at me though. When she hit my shit, looked at me, kept it trucking. All right.
My car was in a parking spot in Toronto, and it got T-boned. I wasn't in the car, obviously. I parked my car downtown Toronto, and I went drinking, and I went home in an Uber. When I came back, my car was T-boned.
That's the worst.
You T-boned
Looks like
yourself.
someone else should have took an Uber too, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, where I parked my car, it was in an underground parking. Then on one side there was a pole, and on the other side it was kind of like open because it wasn't like a corner. It was still like right in front of where like you could just like fall off if you drove through it because it's like a wall. And like I don't even know, like they left their car there.
City
They
T-boned
left the
himself.
car there. Like when I got there, it was still T-boned.
That's crazy. They got out and dipped, huh? Damn.
Bro, they left that shit, bro. I don't blame them. I would not have wanted to be there if I was them when I got there.
Bro, every time I drive through LA, I go down random streets and there's just a car just smashed in on the side because
Facts.
the streets are narrow, bro, and people will get all drunk. And I go to LA all the time. I don't live there, but every time I'm there, I see a car just absolutely smashed in. Somebody swerved and just
Yep.
crushed it, and they hit and run. They just bounce, bro.
Just keep it rolling.
Am I
That is a
lying,
fact.
Dre? Like
No,
every
that's a
street has a
fact.
smashed in car, dude. I'm like,
And it's like right around that curve. You make that turn left and you go up to the street. It's like somebody hit that bitch doing 60 and just ran through somebody's shit and
yeah.
bounced.
I think about it every time I park in LA. I go, nah, bro. And I have a big truck, and it does not like get tied up to the curb very well. I just think someone's gonna smash in my truck every time.
Bro,
Yeah,
I'd
bro.
be more concerned about getting your windows smashed and my brother went to Bay Area for I don't know what he was doing, some basketball game stuff, right? And he rented a car. He left all the windows open, and the trunk open when he went into the game. When he came back, they still smashed the back window. Like, what the hell's going on out there now?
Smash whatever window they can get, huh? Damn, they all up. Hit the
Bro,
back.
there's nothing in the car. Like, like I know like the smash and grab shit is popular because they do it like Northside Edmonton. Like I just don't even go there. There's like certain places you just don't go, and Northside Edmonton is like one of them. It's like the whole Bay Area.
We need to make a Toronto trip, man. Toronto is fire. Toronto is nice. For real.
They're supposed to. I think Kane was talking about having an event. I'll let.
Are in Toronto. How many clones are in Toronto?
Gigi's not there right now. She's in Miami, so she. Other than her and Kane, they're the only two clones I know from Toronto.
Wait, no,
Oh,
is Gigi for real like a real human being? Like I told her herself, like, bro, you everything about you seems like a catfish. Everything screams
No, no,
catfish
no,
to me.
no. That's like that's this guy Tetra's girlfriend. She's cool.
Yeah, I hear the stories, right? But I'm just saying, like, and she used to tell me, like, ask Kane if I'm right. No, she said, what did she say she saw?
She knows. She knows Deep. Deep knows her.
Yes, she was like, ask Deep, talk to Deep. He'll tell you I'm real. I was like, man, I can't trust Deep either, bro. Both of y'all could be in cahoots on some some nut shit. Like I ain't messing with none of
Dre just said cahoots.
this. For real. For real, man. It's crazy out here. It's 2023, man. People, they have no shame. We just went through the situation with Drew Burr. Homie out here. I don't even want to talk about it, man. Motherfucker.
Bro, that was sad as fuck, man.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not, man. It's not. It's sad when it happens, if it's real, right? And it happens once. Then it's sad. Like, oh, damn, I feel for you.
No. I'm saying that the fact that he thought that he could finesse us the first time was sad.
No, the
Not
fact
that
that
guy.
he did finesse us. He hit up a couple people. That was shitty. Like,
Not, bro. He didn't get me, bro. I like tripped out because like I'm in the middle of packing for New York, right? And this guy's messaging me. He's like, "Yo, da da da. I seen you sent somebody money." I'm like, "How the fuck does this guy know my wallet to know who the fuck I'm sending money?" I sent the money to the person because they work for me. Why the fuck else would I send them the money? And he's like, "Oh, I could work for you, da da da. Your esports thing." I'm like, "Bro, listen, man. I'm paying these people back out of my own pocket. I'll work for myself. I don't need help with anything. I'm not an island or anything like that, right? When I do need help, I know who I can approach. Like if I was to approach you, Compound, anyone on stage here, anyone in this room here, yeah, I'll approach you guys. But I don't know him like that. I'm not like I helped him one time and just to see like what type of person he was. Then I fucking video chatted him. I didn't like anything I saw. I didn't like yo, bro. If your eyes are darting, I've been through this before with family, and like this guy's not family. I'm not doing it, bro. Not doing it. Cause the worst thing I did was I helped my uncle and he ended up overdosing. So like for me, I'm not helping nobody that's on that shit, bro. It's not gonna happen, bro.
I feel you, but it just got real wild real quick. I don't even know how we even got to this conversation. I shouldn't even brought it up. But yeah, shout out to yep.
Dude, the dude has already run through multiple other communities, bro. I don't feel bad for him. He's literally this is his MO. He's changed his at now, and he has a different name on Twitter, and he's gonna go try to finesse other communities. And he just needed to be called out, bro. You did a good thing. Don't worry.
I appreciate that. You know, so many people from different communities of projects I've never seen before jumping in my DMs. Yo, yeah, he did this to us too. Yo, he said the same thing to me too. And I'm like, what? First of all, who are you? What is this? And what happened? And it's the same story. Yo, he told me XYZ. We band together, took care of him. He said something about not having rent money. We band together, took care of him. He talking about how other people in different projects gave him NFTs. And if y'all remember, he was gifted a pair of Air Force Ones. And I was like, oh, this motherfucker, he didn't ran it again. But
I know, bro. I feel so.
yeah,
I
it
feel a
is.
type of way about it.
It is what it is, right? So, yeah, let's just move on to to brighter days. Let's talk about something else, man. Let's talk about the wonderful
No, dude,
copy pasta.
all the other spaces hosts do drama. We could change the title. We'll get a clickbait title in here. We'll fucking get some drama going,
Get some
baby.
drama
Let's go.
cracking. Nah, man, my
What's up,
wick is
John?
already short enough. I don't even want to. Y'all see me starting to get into it. That's why I need to rewind. I
No,
need to
I'm
back up.
playing. I'm playing.
I need to
I'm playing.
back up. Let's
There's a difference between a psyop and drama, though. I do psyops. That's what I do.
No, yeah. You know what's wild is too. I've been jumping to a lot of these different spaces and hearing their conversations and just experience how they run their space. And they talk about a lot of things that we necessarily don't even jump into. We don't ever really bring up like the drama topics of Web3 into the space, like all of the bin token shit and the psyop token stuff. Like we'll cover it, speak about it, and move on and talk about some bullshit like going to Vegas and paying $200 for water and stuff like that.
I almost feel like it's because we hear about it all day and everybody comes in here and we're just sick. We're fucking done listening to it and we just kind of want to chill. But I also don't mind talking about whatever comes up anyways. So it's not like it's on purpose. Like we don't stay away from hot topics on purpose, but I just also um love to come into these spaces in the evening and just kind of vibe and just kind of come down from the day, but I am down for anything. I'll get crazy right now, bro. We could talk some crazy shit. Let's go to Rose Jade. What's up, Rose?
If you want to go crazy, that's fine. That's
Let's
fine.
fucking go, Rose.
Well, I had my own like social experiment with Drew, because I have a bleeding heart, and I gave him money, and I worked with him, and I talked with him, and he paid me back over 2 weeks. And so, you know, a little bit of patience and grace, I was hoping, and he paid me back at least, right? So I'm like, all right. I'm just trying to give him advice along the way to be like, just own up to what you did. Whoever else you took money from, just pay them back. You can start anew, but you got to make it right. Otherwise, you're just digging yourself into another hole. But I think we talk about like growth and all that. I'm all about for growth. You just can't hurt people. So just wanted to share.
But how many times? Like that's one thing that even got me upset because I knew the situation between you and him, and I'm like, yo. And then okay, one time, okay, if the story is authentic, my girl took all of my stuff. I don't have this. I don't have that. I got to work on something. Cool. But then when we start diving down the rabbit hole and we see that you taking all of this money, this ETH, and sending it off to a gambling website, and it's on the blockchain, it can be followed, right? You taking money from other community members where you're supposed to be working with and for them, and you're not doing anything that you said you were going to do. And then we figure that out. Okay, like, yo, you scamming people. It's an issue, right? And then that's when I called him out initially, when all of that stuff happened with the other people that shall remain nameless. And they came to me and was like, yo, we paid him X amount of ETH to get something done. He's not doing it, yada, yada, yada. And then I hit him up and we get into it and we talk about it. And then he said he's going to pay him back. And, it was great that he did pay them back because we didn't, it didn't have to go another direction. But then to find out you've done this multiple times over in many different communities and you didn't pay them back, you just hit them up and then changed your PFP and came to somebody else. Like, that's when I was like, oh, nah, bro, something has to be said. Something has to be done because there's no governance to look over the entire community of people. And a lot of people don't talk about it. So he just ends up snaking through every community and hitting them up, right? So that's what got me going. Like, he's not really being empathetic about the situation. He's targeting people. That's like a serial terrorist. Like he's terrorizing people and taking their cash, taking their ETH. So that was the whole thing with me. But
It's a digital panhandler, bro. It's like the people who you go out to other countries and you're getting finessed as soon as you come out of the airport.
yes,
It's the digital version of it. I've never seen it. We're going into a world where there's digital panhandlers and digital beggars and digital like finessers, bro. Like obviously we knew the finessers were here, but this is new. I'm like, what is going on?
straight con man activity, right?
Con
And
man,
that's
yeah.
that's something we're gonna deal with as the space grows because, like you said, it's something that we haven't been through before. And I guess everybody in here has that goodness in their heart where they want to help somebody because for us to be in this situation we in to even be dealing with these communities, you have to be in a place of life where it's okay to navigate through these realms, right? So someone asking for zero point 0.1 ETH ain't that big of a deal. You paying $10,000 for a JPEG. It's like, yeah, cool, I can throw that to you. But if you're being targeted and no one's talking about it, it's like, nah, that's not here, bro.
Yeah, I think to a large degree, it's indicative of what we've sort of created, right? Like what we've created here is a bit of a trust network, and we come here and we shoot the shit, and we like that trust network is the familiarity that we've built with one another in this space in particular, in the bad space take in particular, and whenever you get into a space of trust, you allow yourself to become a little bit more vulnerable, right? And insofar as you're a bit vulnerable, your guard's down, and your guard's down to people like that will take advantage of that, that will prey upon that. So it is super important whenever you do create these trust networks, and you're building this sort of culture with your fellow man, woman, that that you do sort of look out for one another, because we all have varying levels of kind of astuteness to the finesse, right? And so it's really important to have to sort of have at least one or two of those people in your trust network that can ask those questions that might be a little bit difficult to ask whenever you're amongst family or whatnot. So I think it's key. I mean, I think it sucks that it happens, but I think that it's kind of cool that we've created a space that somebody felt like that they could kind of prey upon. I mean, it sucks that he was able to sort of accomplish a little bit of his goal or whatever, and that he did sort of infiltrate our trust network and leverage our sort of heartstrings and our empathy toward one another to for nefarious means. And it's fucked up, but it can't harden you. You know what I mean? Like, you can't sort of let it, change the love that you share with the other people in this space in particular, because that would be a travesty, man.
Hey, Ellen.
So,
Um, did you sign? Sorry, this is off topic. Did you sign up for that brunch? The Azuki brunch, the community brunch?
yes,
Okay, cool. I'm signing up right now, so I just want to make sure I'll know at least one person
yeah,
there.
cool, definitely. And
No, I'm just kidding.
What
Randy
you mean other than me,
Randy reached out too, so I'm on
Yo,
that table
Shiro,
too.
you going, bro? Oh
bro?
yeah,
Uh, you know, I do everything with intention. Um,
bro. I swear, if you go on the timeline and start fudding me because I didn't get you into this brunch, I'm just gonna be so mad, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
no, no, yo, bro. I listen. I know what my shortcomings were in New York. I drank way too much. I drank irresponsibly. And like that's a me problem that I'm fixing. I'm dry, so I'm going to remain that way and just like keep focusing. Um, I did have a question though, so I'm gonna try and figure out. I think I gotta like buy a proxy or some shit, unless there's a Google Drive with all of the Ali videos. The because I think I'm gonna start using that um, cheating death account to. I'm gonna try and find somebody to animate my clone and near death experiences, or I'm gonna get the DNA block software that Vega's using and switch out the humans in the near death experience videos with my clone. I think because like I have like about 105,000 followers on that account, and I've been doing a test, and people keep DMing me to ask me when I'm gonna post more content. So yeah, I
Wait.
think
What's the account is about? Just near death experience.
I'll be right back.
Well, all right.
To be continued.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of curious. I had the same question.
That came out of left field. Like, hold on, but hey, I get it.
So I just signed up for that thing, and it asked me what wallet your Azuki and Bean is in, and I put JaceBennett.eth. Got him. The
Nice.
finesse is real. We going out here as Jace Bennett, baby. Let's get Cheating Death up here. What's good, Cheating Death? How you? What does third guy say? How you living? How you feeling?
Well, I'm obviously alive because I'm cheating death. But yeah.
Why are there no clone? Why don't you have a clone?
Yo, that's actually what I'm thinking. I think I might get a because I always wanted a undead, right? And maybe it's time to make a conviction play and get the undead before the Azuki. I think that might be a move, and then use the undead. Get just like you see, like the whatever the gown or whatever this thing's wearing. Just put this on the undead. I think that's the move.
Wait. So let's get back to the main question. So you have a Twitter account that's strictly about. Well, yeah, I see it in your thing. Follow me to see cheating death videos.
I can't watch those videos, bro. Some of them are a little
Me either.
wild.
Yo,
It's
listen,
this is
this isn't about you guys. You guys are already here. I already have your attention. I'm not really trying to get any more of it. You don't have enough followers. But some of these people have like 7 million followers. They be liking my crazy videos that I steal from the internet. And at this point, they're DMing me and asking me where the content is. And I think it's time to
this
show
is nuts, bro.
the creator revolution by any fucking
That is
means.
nuts, man.
By
So
any
wait, you
fucking
got
means.
people who are requesting. I want to see some morbid, almost deadly shit. Where's the content at, bro?
Bro, listen, this is not for our fucking feeble minds to understand. This is the 95% that we need to get clone visibility from. They start seeing this, right? Then I put up a YouTube channel where it's just the clone replacing people in these experiences. People would be like, what the heck is that? This thing exists in our reality? And that right there is how you got them.
I mean, I can't argue with that logic. It's just speaking about things bewildering people because they exist in our reality. This Twitter account is one of those things for me. That is mad wild.
Bro, when I saw it for sale, that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, who the hell is watching this shit? What is going on here? The reason the person I hired to post videos is gone because they couldn't take it anymore, and I can't take it. So I'm not going to post the videos. I'm still looking for somebody to do it that can handle this shit. Because, like, first of all, where the fuck do you find this shit? And second of all, why is there so much of it? Those are the two questions you really have to ask yourself. Because, like, nothing makes any sense. And this demographic of users and viewership has no idea what the fuck NFTs are. I've looked at their profiles. Some of them are doctors. A lot of doctors and nurses follow this page. It is fucking creepy. Holy shit. Wow.
That's mad wild. Let me ask you this: have you ever taken an account like this and flipped it into something else? Could you like?
Yeah.
Could you like take this account that's about cheating death
Bro,
and make it in like
I bought
a Bible
OnlyFans
study or something?
models. I bought a OnlyFans models page, and I flipped it into a car parts page. Okay, you just have to find what the direct correlation between the viewership is. You know, you have a fucking 96% male following on one of those accounts. with 2.5 million followers. That's called the bands. That's like easy, very. And like the person listen, man, I be experimenting. I'm not hurting anybody. Okay, I haven't rugged anyone.
I'm not that guy, pal. I'm not
I'm not that
that guy.
exactly. Every
Subscribe,
day.
you patient as hell, my man. What's up, bro? That blue beard looking shiny today for some reason. He ain't even at his mic. We've been
I'm
cheating death.
alive. I'm alive. I'm not dead. I'm alive.
You've been cheating death too, baby. We all are. Every time we wake up in the morning, we cheating death.
Man, you need an undead. I don't know why you rocking a reptile, man. You need to scrap that reptile.
Yo,
Get an
listen.
undead.
Right now, I'm cheating death. Okay, I'm not that guy. That other guy, he's a reptile. He's never selling. He's always going to be here running psyops, and he's having fun. Okay, but I'm cheating death. There's no fun in this. It's hard cheating death.
Yeah, you need an undead, bro. I don't know what you
No,
talking
this account
about,
definitely. Could you imagine this account with the undead? Could you imagine
bro.
that?
That's what we should all do. Like, just make content for undead and just like onboard all these guys from your page. Because everybody just kind of like how you guys did with the walking, which I didn't get. Where's also lady, man? I need one of those. The sticker one too. The sticker one is dope too. God damn, you guys are creative.
Yo, Arch Nemesis is the most lit clone that there is. It doesn't, yo, bro. He will FUD us. He will FUD himself. I fucking respect it. That guy is a rebel without a cause, and I'm here for that. That's how you get eyes on shit, okay? Listen, everyone else has to act all proper and all that shit. Uh, I've already explained to everyone, I don't give a fuck. I just want clone visibility. They create a revolution. I want to see artists make money instead of being exploited, which means that we make money because we were early. We don't even have to do anything at this fucking point. I don't like most people don't even know what they own. You own a piece of Murakami art, okay? You own the files. You could get one 3D printed and put it in your fucking house if you wanted, because that's what I'm going to try and do. I'm trying to find a large format 3D printer to print my clone. I want
Yo,
my clone
I
to
just
sit
saw
in my garage with me.
yeah,
That's what I want.
the video recreated the entire freaking computer. So what we know as a computer, they recreate it, and I don't know if I'm dead or not, but they changed it up. It's not what we know of what computers are anymore. So we're partnered up with them, and oh man, what will AI do to us? What can they do for Artifact, man?
Wait. What does that even mean? They changed computers to what
They
we
came
wants to
up
know.
with the news and they were like, "Yeah, we rebuilt the entire computer. Like whatever you know as a computer is totally different now." So not in those words, obviously, but something like that.
Wait. Is this some charlatan saying that they have at home quantum computing? Because
No,
I've
no,
heard
no.
this shit before.
It's the CEO of NVIDIA just describing about how they've worked to evolve the PC, from the IBM, was it 360 from, was it 60 years ago now, but just with AI and supercomputing chips and whatnot. That's their pitch, anyways. I didn't see it was a short clip of a video. I didn't see the whole. I don't know if it's an interview or anything like that, but I'm bullish on NVIDIA and the render token as well because
I
with
I
AI
Yeah, I
processing
be
and all that.
saying some random nonsense. Rose know my random nonsense now.
I know
I
it.
was
I know your
Yes,
so
answers.
yes.
lost, bro. I was so lost. Thank you,
I,
Rose, for that. Thank you.
thank you, Rose.
yeah. But NVIDIA, so the CEO of NVIDIA had, I think, done a couple interviews and people were just sharing clips about his one quote about how they've rebuilt the computer. It's the next stage in evolution of, I think, computing, which makes sense now with AI coming about and then the need for like huge processing to be able to render all of these models. and beyond. And of course, NVIDIA with their chips and all that for gaming and the metaverse, they're well poised, right, to capitalize too.
So Rose, are we buying Nvidia stocks or are we buying more Artifact?
Yes. I guess yes, maybe.
Excellent answer. I like that. Yes is the answer to that question. So let me ask you guys this, especially Compound, since you have the other side world, D, land, whatever you call it, right? And you saw that they came out with the reveal of the mechs yesterday, and I saw that it was some type of news about Axie Infinity utilizing the mechs in like mobile games. Did anybody get hip on that? Does anybody know anything about that? Right. Okay.
I'm trying to find like an undead clone that isn't 40 bands, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't think you will do that, for real.
Bro, I know. I'm oh man. Conviction is expensive, bro. It's fucking expensive.
Wait, what was the question? I was outside loading some stuff up, and I heard mechs and Axie Infinity.
The people who are going to answer the question are coming up now.
Look at them come up, baby. Let's go. We got answers. We want answers.
What's good? So, is it all C or is it Alec?
All see. He's like the all-seeing eye. He's everywhere and anywhere.
All C
What's
was
good?
good,
What's
bro.
good? Well, you wanted to know something about other side and heavy metal?
I'm curious because, of course, we saw the reveal yesterday. People had their sentiments about said reveal. But I also read today that Axie Infinity put out some information about them doing a mobile game, and potentially that's what the 2D reveal of the mechs was hinting towards being utilized in this upcoming mobile game. So I don't know how far off the truth that is, but I think that's what I came across.
Yeah, so the studio that's actually been working on the mobile game for Yuga Labs is known as Enway. They've done quite a few different mobile games in the past. I think they have like a racing game, they have like a Power Ranger fighting game, and a bunch of other kind of Web 2 media related games that they've done. And so they kind of hinted at quite a bit ago there's a screenshot that shows an ape sitting in a kind of rocking chair and some other robots that are surrounding it. And so a lot of folks are thinking that given the acceptance of Axie Infinity into the App Store, that that might be potential in the future for a release of a mobile game to the App Store as well.
Okay, cool. So it's people putting pieces together to figure out the story or the narrative behind the reveal of the mechs yesterday, basically.
Yeah, and I think one thing too is along on their website. So if you go to hv-mtl.com, there's some info around it being kind of a dynamic NFT. I don't think people are really talking about that as much, just because it seems like one of the pieces that might be in play is maybe the ability to switch parts or change parts for your mech. So we'll have to see what they do, but some of the messaging seems to allude to that towards the bottom of the page as well.
Well, that'd be dope. I know I saw Fran talking about the evolution of the heavy metals and how this is only one specific generation that we get to see at the particular moment, and it has the potential to evolve into something else and grow and all of those dynamics that go along with it. So I don't own any of this stuff, but after the conversation we had yesterday, and we always have some random Yuga conversations that pop up in here. I was like, let me at least familiarize myself with what's happening within this ecosystem, just so I can know the general terms. So that's dope to hear. To be honest, for real, it would be dope to see it as a mobile game, and if you have an ape and you have some type of precedence to utilize XYZ, I think that'll be crazy for real.
Yeah, and I think the other piece too is we'll have to see how it carries over into the other side. I don't think there's been any direct mentions, but I think almost everybody's assuming that at some point you'll be able to kind of interact with the mech somehow on the other side.
So let me ask y'all this: you and Compound, and whoever else that's Yuga holders. I know Baron got some stuff too. With the timeline that's given, are you guys planning to just hold on to these other side deeds, even if it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years to have this game built out? Is that the plan?
I'm super happy with the 2 deeds that I have. And a lot of my focus is in artifacts. So my deeds are just sitting in my vault and I don't really trade it. I don't want to attempt to get better ones. Um, I did. So when they first came out, I traded up from just a floor deed up to like a really nice mutant deed with like artifacts on it and resources. And now I'm good, man. I've got what I need and I'll just wait it out. You know what I mean? It's a little longer term play. Out of everything in the Yugi ecosystem, this one's the longer term play. It doesn't have any access. It's not a bored ape or a mutant, right? We have the mutant that's in my that's being staked right now. So that's like the access token if I need to go to any events. But yeah, dude, it's a little longer term play for me at least. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, right? But I think that's why
Right.
they're making these little mini games, bro, to keep people engaged.
Yeah.
They're doing this heavy metal kind of upgrading your mechs type of mini game going on. Then you have Legends of the Mara that are coming. It's a 2D based kind of real time strategy game, is what I've heard. And this is more so just to keep people engaged and maybe start um, getting the ecosystem moving, right? Like if Legends of the Mara has the capability for me to start farming resources off my land, and they were in the form of Polygon NFTs or 1155s or whatever they're gonna do, whatever the resources on these lands, what type of NFTs they're gonna be, and I could start farming those. That would be great, right? Because now I'm engaged. Now I want my land working. I want my Mara or like the little Coda Mara on my land doing something. And I think that's their goal, right? Is to keep you engaged, get this stuff, get the ecosystem building out, and while they build the actual big game, because everything in it, dude, is going to be farmed from resources. So right now there's 0 resources in circulation. There's 0 of anything in circulation, and the game's still a couple years out. So if we start getting those things in circulation, uh, we can get kind of the ecosystem moving at least.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
I think one account that's helpful to follow and one video that I've been suggesting to anybody that has any Yuga assets or is thinking about buying them is one that an interview that Spencer Tucker did a few weeks ago. I think it's pinned to his account, but let me see if I can find it and pin it up in the space if you guys want. But it kind of talks about his vision for gaming and how it relates to his work with the company and what they're focused on.
So it seems like, well, let me ask this, which is a more of a broad question to where we are within the space period. Are there any big events coming up or happening for any of the blue chip projects right now? We just had Forging event and we unhubbed the CIRLs. We kind of like in this limbo of not knowing what's going to be next here, right? Is it the same situation in other projects as well? Like, what's next for Yuga? What's next for Azuki besides the link up? Or is that what's going to happen at the link up? Was people are going to be revealed to what's next for Azuki? You know what I'm saying? It seems like we just all stuck in the same spot when it comes to the relationships of these projects.
Yeah, I think the one thing I can only speak to the U one. I haven't gotten a Azuki yet, but maybe in the future. But I think if you go to mdvmm.xyz, that has a lot of kind of what the timing is looking like and what's kind of the next thing to look forward to. I think the Evo 2, so kind of that second form of those robots, it says beginning in June. I think as with any project, any company in the space, timelines shift, timelines change. I think we see that across everything, and so that's the timing they're suggesting right now. But I think we all want the experience to be great that anyone is working on in the space, and so they need to shift it. They need to change it a little bit. I I want them to do that to make a better experience for everyone, I guess.
No, I agree with that point, and that's a great segue for this point that I want to make as well, or question. Does it seem like to anyone else that these projects are going in a different direction than what they once were or what they once felt like? Right? Like, of course, during the bull, everything was about building and excitement and oh, this is coming next. Oh, the airdrop. Oh, and of course, with the changes of the markets, it seems like none. Well, I don't want to say none. It's too definitive of a term, but a lot of these NFT projects are really. It seems like they're really just trying to figure it out. Like nobody really knows what's going on. Nobody really has like a set execution plan. It's like they're just trying to figure out what's the next step and what's the next move going to be. Am I the only person that noticed that, or is that the
Monkey see, monkey do. You wait if they mess up. If it does well, you copy them. I mean,
I think it's just the nature of how early we are in the space and the fact that we've now shifted whole complete macro market and sentiment is that these teams are being flexible and they're adjusting course and they're able to uh, kind of maybe that's not shoot from the hip, that has a negative connotation to it, but I think having a flexible team that can adjust to what's going on in this world and in the market and in the space is super important. Right, sure, you set out a game plan and you set some goals, you set out a roadmap, and you hit speed bumps and obstacles along the way. You stray from the path a little bit, but as long as you have those main kind of goals or roadmap in place, you can kind of course correct and get back on path. So I feel it too, Dre. I think when I got into NFTs, it was like drop as much shit as you can, get as many NFTs out there as you can, fucking mint, make money. Like it was, they were dropping and airdropping shit because that was the way to catch market share, and that was the way to pump your mints, and royalties were in full effect. So the more NFTs you had out there, the more you dropped, the more royalties you were collecting, the more pumped your community was, like all these things. But dilution is real, and people have left the ecosystem, and teams have now adjusted fire on their whole process. Right. So I think it's important that they do that, and I think a lot of them are managing it pretty well.
I agree. I agree. So let me ask you this: what do you think is next then? From the experience that you've had, especially going through multiple bear markets in the past, seeing the transformation not only in the DeFi space but now in the NFT space, where do you see this sector going as a whole? We're not getting as specific to just projects or project leads and destinations of specific projects, but just as a whole in general.
I think that people are going to consolidate. You're starting to see projects and different companies making cuts and not doing those big. I've seen projects pull out of the IRL events, right, to save money and start focusing more on building a revenue stream. So I think that's what's going to be important. I always say it too, is a lot of the projects now that royalties are out of the game, and royalties, it sucks to say, and this is not, I'm talking on the project level, not on the individual artist level, but royalties being pulled is the market speaking, right? It's these marketplaces can pull royalties and people go use those marketplaces so they don't have to pay royalties. That's the market kind of speaking with their wallet. And the teams are having to adjust to that because a lot of them were dropping NFTs and making and pumping with hype and pumping shit out into the market to pump royalties. And now that those aren't available, um, they're having to figure out actual products, actual use cases, actual utility to keep people around, right? Because they're not banking on royalties anymore. So I think the next year or two, it's going to be super important for these big teams. The Yugas, the Artifacts, the Azukis, they've got 50 years of runway and bankroll. You know what I mean? They've got the bankroll, right? But the others, there's projects that have a year of runway or 2 years of runway, and they're having to figure out how they're going to start bringing in revenue. to kind of keep the project going. And I think what's going to be really important is that they take care of the holders, but by a lot of holders are going to feel like the team is not taking care of the holders because they're focusing on building their product. But if you really step back, them building a revenue stream, making sure that the company doesn't crumble and disappear completely is actually in turn going to provide value to the holders. It's just a little long-term play. So you have a lot of people in the space right now that are bitching, there's no airdrop. Like, what's the utility? What's the reason for holding this, and this? What they're saying is, am I getting any free money soon? Like, are you pumping my bag soon? And it's those type of people that are waiting for that are going to be disappointed in this bear, like in a bear market. The teams that are actually building products, dude, and creating revenue streams are the ones that are actually looking out for their holders. It's just by keeping the company fucking alive, it's going to keep your bags alive. And we go into a bull market, you're going to be in a good place. But a lot of people don't have that kind of like longer term vision, honestly.
No, and that's because of the sentiment that's been created since the inception of the space. It came in hot off the press, and people making hand over fist money from doing nothing, just selling those airdrops, the side quests, like you say. And that's what I think a lot of people expected this space to be, or they thought that was the foundation of what this encountering this space would be. And these are points actually that we spoke about yesterday when talking to Bobby Hundreds at his book signing and doing the IRL Alpha panel. We had the same conversation too, because we was talking about how Gary V is putting out the vending machines that include the V Friends characters that people who own V Friends can buy the actual physical vending machines and place them in multiple retail stores in order to create revenue for the holders of the project. And then he was talking about how it's another group that's teaming up with Barbie to create toys. And I made the point of how are we going back to trying to create toys? And we touched on this point the other day as well. How are we going back to looking to create toys in order to get more people aware of what this space is, what this Web 2.5 is? And it was always about innovation. And now we're going back to creating physicals that don't really have utility to them besides trying to earn income utilizing them. And that's the whole point of what I'm speaking about now, because it seems like the space is trying to back. It seems like a lot of the people who jumped into the space who are looking to make a fast buck or looking to build a quick community or looking to throw out some airdrops just to get people to pay for whatever project they came up with are dealing with the consequences of those said actions. And it's going more towards what Gary Vee said himself about 90% of the space being going to zero and only a select few making it out of this. It seems like that's what we're going through right now because a lot of people don't necessarily have anything to add. It was just about takeaway and it was about instant gratification. And it seemed like it was a good idea. It was the creation of physical shit coins for real. And now people have to deal with the roosters coming home. Like it's not the same situation. And it's only certain projects or brands out there that are doing things that create momentum to create the culture to cultivate what this space is and can be. And I think that's what we're getting to see now more than ever. That's why I'm asking those direct questions, because even on the panel, I was like, man, that's making toys is stupid. Like, why are we doing that? We're going back to do some stuff just to get some more people onboarded. And I know that that's one thing that the founders was talking about was onboarding more people, creating this brand to be able to transcend what it is right now, which is the same 30,000 people circulating tokens back and forth. It's about onboarding the masses and finding a way to do that for real.
What's
So
funny is what are we onboarding them to, right? I think these brands not having a real business model with actual products or solutions that fill a need. This is just like, I don't know, it's classic in startup space too. You know, people are just experimenting. This is the reverse model of like people not having to prove that they have actual revenue and runway, and they just got money like in the beginning, you know, which is so bizarre. And I think it lasted for that last bull, and the next one. I hope it does look and feel different. I hope we are all much more discerning with like our money, our time, and attention to follow the brands that are going to kind of really come with it and show up first before we, you know, mint at a really high ETH price. It's kind of like, well, that might
Yeah,
not fly anymore because we've
yeah,
all fallen for it before.
Well, the
that doesn't
crazy
make
thing
sense.
is, oh,
No, and that's what I was saying. Like, and I on these panels, I try so hard not to shield artifact, right? Because I know I'm coming in the room as the guy that's talking about sneakers and the guy that's talking about streetwear, and I'm wearing these artifact wearables, and they like, oh, here we go with this shit again. I'm like, nah, I'm not trying to give it to y'all in that manner, but I'm honestly just speaking truth. Because exactly the point you just made, Rose. What are we onboarding them to? Onto? What are we telling them to come here for? And it's not a lot of projects or brands that you could say, yo, come here for this. That would really make sense. Out outside of my opinion, in my humble opinion, of Artifact. Like, what are we onboarding you guys to? What can you do with this? What are you gonna do with that? Right. And I think a lot of people are coming across this situation as well. So agreed is trying to figure out what we are looking to open the floodgates for and with, and how are we going to utilize that as leverage to execute to bring more people here to want to pay attention to it. And that's what makes sense to me with the dot swoosh situation. It makes sense to me with the artifact situation, and that's why I'm doubling down here with that. Right? I know a lot of the projects were using the community aspect, which is a great aspect to utilize, right? Um, but it has to be community with utility. Other than that, you're just getting with a group of people talking about similar interests. So curious to hear you what your guys think, because I can go on this, and I feel like every time I talk about this, I end up just sounding like a mint maxi, and people like, Brad, get out of here. So I'm curious to hear other perspectives.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about community just getting together and talking about similar interests. I think that in the context of coming out of COVID, right? It was like, man, it was really a mind fuck, right? Like people got sequestered and they like um, lost sort of human interaction, and this came at such a like a critical time in like the news cycle in the world and social media. It was like not only were they sort of disassociated from other human beings, like in the physical world, like what they were consuming content wise on social media and television is like just rubbish, right? Like it's just absolute. If it bleeds, it leads. It's like manufactured outrage. It's us versus them. It's like and getting fed that at all times, like be afraid of everything and everyone, and this like this terrible virus and those people over there that are trying to like immigrate and have a better life or whatever. It's like there was so much of this just pure scare tactic that went on at the exact same time that we got basically locked up. And coming out of that, I think the to be reintroduced to connection, most especially connection over like similar interests. I mean, I think it's a super important part of just humanity, but also like evolving away from siloed individualism and more toward what can happen if you connect with other people like in all over the world over just a shared interest. And I know that sort of existed before NFTs and whatnot. It existed in chat rooms and all sorts of different avenues, but obviously like the tech as all of these sort of evolve towards, like the metaverse play or whatever, like the free and open metaverse. I think there is something to be said if the very like minimum aspect of your NFT project is like a place to fucking hook up in Decentraland or whatever metaverse that it exists out there. That's okay. Like that's okay that you connected with the project in a way that facilitated your connection with other individuals and individuals all over the world, and you got to sort of experience that connection with them, and sort of wrap your head around why they came to the space or who they are or their experience with COVID or whatever, and you were able to know that you weren't alone. And I think that's really important. That's a really important aspect of just the promise of Web3. And like, obviously we love Artifact and everything that they're creating, is really revolutionary and is on this track to revolutionize so many aspects, of not just like our existence, here in the Twitterverse or whatever, but also like with the physicals and with the metaverse and the deep connections that we have around that, and the creator economy, like these burgeoning aspects of human life that are kind of popping up out of what, like the metaverse play, and what tech is facilitating economically. It's just the next level of the internet. This blockchain thing, and so yeah, I mean there are levels to this shit, right, Comp? Like there are levels of this shit, and it just so happens that Artifact, and we're privileged to be with on a higher level, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those that aren't on this level aren't getting something good out of it. And like you said, man, there are a handful of projects that are really really they're on sort of different trajectories, but they're really doing innovative shit. And I want to have those sort of tent poles in the space to flesh out the different aspects of what can be done. And I think that's super important, especially with Artifact, Azuki, Yuga, Pudgies, with what they're doing. I want all who like just fucking go out there and create and innovate and see what happens. Like, because this is definitely, it's a novel. This whole Web3 thing, this community-led, decentralized culture, brand creation is, it's so novel, and it's coming at an integral time in like the human experience, with everything that we've gone through with the polarization of our lives, like the individualization of our lives, and then the polarization of that. I think it's super important, the work that's being done here to create that empathy for your fellow man, that connection to your fellow man, that community, that culture creation, that that the creative economy. I think the creators economy. I think all of these are amazing offshoots of what Web3 is sort of proffering. But nobody knows. Like nobody knows where it leads, and that's the cool bit. Like that's the cool bit about the diversity of all of these projects and their different trajectories. And so, yeah, I think that's a bit of a long-winded answer, but that's where I'm coming
No,
from.
no, you making some major points. Even us not having the community aspect due to the pandemic and how this technology came in and swooped up and gave us like the fast lane version of being able to connect with people with that psyop feeling of safety to help build a community that we were yearning for in the late 2020, early 2001 sessions. It makes perfect sense, but like I always say, I believe in divine timing, and I believe that all of this is part of divine timing as well. So to bring that point back to where we are in this present moment, yesterday when we had the issue where people were so upset about Ledger and what they're doing and how they just ran with the FUD, not really knowing the full story behind it. But the perspective that I took of that was we are in the crossroads of where this sector begins to evolve to give people who necessarily have never been here before the comfort to navigate through it. And Ledger is getting in front of that trajectory by looking to create a more comfortable experience for those who are used to the Web 2 norms. So we all hear about the person forgetting their seed phrase and losing all of their assets. And that's such a horrific story to tell or hear. And Ledgers get in front of that to give people, because the normies, quote unquote, it sounds kind of fucked up calling them normies, but the people out there who haven't necessarily jumped into the sector, they hear those stories because that's the stories that the media push. They push the horror stories. They push crypto as a scam. They push the black market. Don't stay away from that because it's all about scams and schemes and whatever. But they're getting in front of that trajectory to give that feeling of comfort, that sense of security to the people who haven't necessarily experienced anything here yet. So they can be like, yo, all you gotta do is pay this X amount of dollars and you still have the potential to get in that seed phrase if it's lost. And that way you're not completely locked out of all your assets. Feel comfortable about that. Here you go. This is a great thing, right? And that's creating a culture within of whatever this brand has been known to be before. And people who utilize ledgers are the people who are a little knee deep into the sector, so they understand what the point and the purpose of having one of those are. And I believe that they're looking to become like the Apple of this Web 2.5, so people can feel like, oh, it's a lifestyle to have one of these things, right? Look, they talking about you can wear it on your chain. Yo, wear your ledger to the club, cause it's cute. Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? But they want to push that comfortable collective, that comfortable culture to a lot of different people. So the people who are onboarded from this point on into the future feels like, oh, it's more of a, I know this from a Web 2 company. So I can come here and do the same thing too. That feels good to me. I'm comfortable. Let's make steps towards Web 3. And same situation with Nike, right? With that swoosh. You don't have to deal with anything have to do with seed phrases or MetaMasks or ETH. Everything is running on the back end. It feels just like you signing into your online bank account, just using the username and the password. But this is just dealing with digital collectibles, not NFTs, digital collectibles. So all of these other companies are looking like they're looking to get in front of the trajectory of making people who are used to navigating through Web 2 feel comfortable and safe enough to navigate through Web 2.5. And with that pivot being made, you can see the trajectory of where they want to take this sector now. It's no longer from the airdrop, get rich, I'm going to sell this, get 100x situation. It's more of this is integrated to the everyday, regular life situation, but it's just an extension to a deeper aspect if you so choose to come here type of play, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude, and you make a perfect point on the ledger thing, right? Like you tapped the signal amongst the noise, and that's also a super important part of when you analyze the space in that way, right? Because there's so much noise, especially on the timeline on the Bird app. If you can tap into the signal like you've done, you can really extrapolate from that what is coming and how like sort of user friendly and how important the UX is whenever we this sort of evolves from the early adopters and who like us, and then like the onboarding of more people. And yeah, of course, dude, like this, it's gotta be the train, it's gotta be the evolution is how, the entire economy sort of evolves from, how it evolved from bricks and mortar to, to Web 1 to Web 2 and now to Web 3. And it is, quintessential to all these brands moving forward is that, that's the signal that you just elucidated there, making the UX palatable, onboarding people in a way that allows them to experience what the good bits of Web3 without having to to walk the tightrope and to sort of experience the perils of some of the bad parts of Web3, from anything from scams to like losing your seed phrase, right?
Yeah, it's actually funny you speak about that, Dre, because yesterday there was also something that kind of flew below the radar, which was Visa published their experiments about what they've been doing with account extraction or account abstraction with respect to ERC 4337. And is really cool stuff where they can create, or they have a specific paymaster contract that will pay the gas fees for transactions that are happening, allowing people to like use their mobile device or do other such things or other such devices that might not require them to pay gas or think about even that part of the process. And that type of stuff coming from these companies is really going to push the whole space forward with the tech and, like Ilan said, the user experience that folks are having as well.
That's a fact, and right, and that's what a lot of people are looking for. They don't want to have to deal with. Nobody wants to deal with MetaMask and seed phrase and damn, I want to buy this product, but I gotta pay 3 ETH in gas. That's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you think about where we truly are in this space, it's like the equivalent of when the internet first popped up. I used to always give this as an example when I would speak about Web3 to the people who didn't understand what Web3 was. And even though we're not in Web3 for real, right? I'm gonna still just utilize that because it's easier to break down with the example. I would say to them, we are in the equivalent era of when AOL was sending out those CD-ROMs in the mail so much. They were just pumping your mailbox full of CD-ROMs to the point where you was using them joints as frisbee. I know I was. I was throwing them joints everywhere in the house because I had so many of them, right? And those who were part of that revolution and could understand what they were doing with AOL were utilizing that technology. And that's what I used to describe NFTs as back in 2020 and 2021. We are now in the place where we've already made ourselves acclimated with the internet. We're in the chat rooms. We're talking to people that we've never seen before, never actually spent time with physically, but spend time with every single day, right? And creating communities and creating culture within those communities to build something greater than what we ever thought we could build before because we never encountered that type of technology before. That's where we are now with Twitter Spaces. But we're taking it to the next level. And that's why I intentionally take it to the next level to have IRL events, because back then they didn't necessarily have the luxury in those chat rooms to do so. Now we do, and we can also encounter people's energy face to face and continuously build the culture of the community to take it to the next level. You know what I mean? Like, to put it in simplistic terms, and I was talking about this earlier, I legit went to fucking Tokyo to do an interview of the co-founders at a durable tech event, right? Based off of the chat room that we in the community and culture that we're building up from this chat room. So if you have the imagination to create and execute innovative things, we're in a place and time where you can do anything with it. And it can propel you as an individual or as a community to heights that have never been seen before. And this technology that we are all dipping our toes in, and some of us are now doggy paddling through, this technology is going to be the specific technology that shifts mankind and the culture of the world, to be honest, because everything that's we're doing with blockchain will be included in our everyday, day-to-day activities. Like RC just said, like Visa putting this new protocol in, so they're paying for the gas. Like they're setting up for it to be a utilization of the blockchain to be able to make these purchases, and they're just getting in front of the trajectory. I said this before, like me working in real estate, title companies will be obsolete. Fucking realtors will be obsolete. It's going to be so many different occupations that have built up throughout the years that will be wiped out the same way that once the automobile was introduced into the ecosystem of mankind, everything else before that, horse and buggy, fucking putting horseshoes on your horse, fucking your bike shops, all of those things became eradicated because they were obsolete due to the technological advancement. That's the same situation we're going through right here, right now, but we just in the very beginning of it all. And we're dealing with the JPEG side of it. So it's really fascinating to sit down and actually slow down, to soak in and think about and speak about. Because once you do take the time to slow down, and like I said, with Doxson, his birthday being today, I'm thinking it was yesterday just because of the speed of the space. We have to be intentional. And this ties into the earlier conversation about the daily disciplines. That's where the meditation and the breath work and the working out and the touching grass comes through. It allows you to stay present and slow down enough to be in the present moment to actually enjoy and execute these innovations and these ideas at a slower pace. That way you can build stronger and honestly faster, if that makes more sense. So yeah, man, like this is all deep rooted, fascinating topics and ideas. And
You
this is
guys,
where I'm gonna be taking bad take when compounds in EDC for the next couple of
no, so
days.
you guys got so far away from the original topic I wanted to speak on, but I don't like interrupting people. I pinned at the top. Luca Netz is the current CEO, founder, not the founder, CEO of Pudgy Penguins. And he posted this 2 weeks ago in Web3 time, which is about 8 hours in real time, as we know. But they're basically making toys too, like Gary Vee and V Friends. And what we were talking about earlier was he's catching a lot of flack about the toys. And in this post, he basically says we're trying to become financially independent because that's going to benefit holders in the long run. And we're just in that part of the market where Gary Vee and both him and Gary Vee, it does seem like they're kind of going backwards, right? Like, oh shit, let's make physical items now to maybe onboard value to our digital realm. Yes, in a sense, they are doing that, um, which is actually not. I don't see it as a bad idea because the majority of the masses can relate and connect to physical toys, can connect to physical items, and that can very easily onboard them into digital collectibles. Going the backwards route, right? Like if you went and you got okay, Dre, say you hit a sneakers app, right? You took a pair of sneakers, and with the sneakers, you had a QR code and you scanned it and you got a digital collectible with those sneakers. You just reverse onboarded somebody into digital collectibles by through their passion in sneakers, right? That's fire, bro. Why they could absolutely do that. So I think that's kind of what Gary Vee and Luke Net's not only trying to provide some revenue streams and get financially independent, like he's saying in his post above, like so we don't have to just pump out mints, dilute the fucking market, suck money out of the market. Let's build a business model. Gary Vee's doing it too, but I actually am a fan of the reverse onboarding, bro. I think that these toys, these physical items could actually bring eyes onto Web3, and these items could bring new participants into it, especially if they came with like a POAP or something, right? You buy a Pudgy Penguin collectible toy, or that's in Toys R Us is gone, wherever the hell they sell toys now. You buy one of these things and you get a POAP with it, a Pudgy Penguin POAP, and you're like, what is this company? Let me dive in and start looking at what is Web3. Like it's a reverse way of onboarding while or providing income.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I agree with that.
the worrisome thing I think is like the saturation, right? Because I just saw Pixelmon is doing the exact same thing. Like they just had this little like drop of a plushie thing, and so it's very difficult when you're competing with established brands like Disney for what your little kid's going to want to pick up as far as a stuffed animal or plushie or whatever. Because Disney's coming. I mean, they're coming. Like, there's no fucking doubt about it. They're coming. But to your other point, Comp, I think the PBT tech that Azuki's pushing, the NFC chip that Artifact has, it is an interesting integration whenever you do have physicals, especially if you have sort of low cost direct to market physicals that are enabled with this tech, that sort of allows you to have the thing that is new or whatever, the thing that sells because because it's new and improved and whatever the fuck. Even though everything on the shelf is new and improved, it's like it is sort of a niche, or it is sort of a shtick that can be sort of hopefully fleshed out by these companies. And I know that Zuki's done their collaboration with Line Friends. I think they're meaning to flesh that out a little bit more with the Beans collection. They obviously have the PBT token. I'm wondering if that's going to be the information or tech transfer between those two companies, where they can, Zuki can kind of step up and be like, okay, Line Friends, like, you guys have this fucking massive audience. You guys have these cute characters. You guys have distribution left, right, and center, Netflix and everywhere else. We have this tag. Let's this PBT tag. Let's integrate it into your products, and let's sort of push this consumer experience to a different level. And I mean, I think that corporations are going to be jumping on board that for sure, if you can sort of cultivate a community around your brand, get direct feedback, curate the consumer experience. I mean, these are all very, very important things, and things that corporations love to do. I mean, I think Artifact got a lot of slack on that in the beginning with their relationship with Nike, but then the shoes drop, right?
No, that's a fact. And I think both of y'all are making excellent points. Like, I agree with that approach that Luca's taking to find ways to create the liquidity to build upon. I agree with them having the correct IP to be able to utilize it, because everybody likes pudgy penguins. I don't own a pudgy penguins, but I think them bitches cute as hell. Like, I like pudgy penguins. I would get a pudgy penguin toy. But it's to the same point that Ellen just made. You have to battle against these legacy IPs that have been around for 50, 60 plus years, that have our kids' minds and requests on chokeholds, like the Marvel, like, especially with Disney owning everything now, like, they got the game by the balls. But I can see and understand the process that they're looking to regulate and create with these new IPs. It makes sense. And I think that's the one thing that we kind of skate over too. And Ellen, you just made that point. Artifact doing it in the very beginning, but they had the association with Nike to kind of give them more of a ability to coast through it. And honestly, if we being 100% honest, I really think that that's what clones were. That's what clones are. That's what it was to Artifact, was their Pudgy Penguin IP building tactic in order to build the liquidity to create everything else that they're looking to do, including the shoes, right? The shoes worthy IP move to create and build more liquidity as well. But the clones for sure were the whole point of doing that. And they did it in the height of the market. They executed it in the bull and actually utilized it in a way that puts them in such a further trajectory than others. So I see the understanding and or have the understanding on why people are doing it. It's just when I think of the trajectory of the space and we say, hey, come pay attention to Web3 because of this digital collectible you get from buying this Web2 item, it's kind of like going against the ethos of what Web3 was supposed to be, right? It was supposed to be built out from the digital mud. It was supposed to be about the utilization of digital items. And, you know, it was the metaverse play. That was the main thing, right? Like creating something that wasn't there and making it happen. And of course, we all know how much we strayed away from that, or how much everyone has strayed away from that. But being able to utilize that same digital play and have a physical utility that comes along with the digital play, in my opinion, just makes that much more sense than having to try to drop back and go to do a physical toy or physical IP play to tie it with a digital. Because, well, as I say it, I guess I can get it too, because it's going to approach more of the younger generation anyway, and they're going to have a full digital life because they're already starting that thing off, right? People's homes and Roblox is more laid out than a house that I have in LA. So I get it. I can get the play. It's just thinking about the present moment and being like, hey, come over here with us now because it's dope over here. And they say, why is it dope? And we say, why is it dope? We got digital monkeys. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, you know what I mean? So
At the surface level, that's like, oh, we got JPEG pictures. Some of them, like, we got 3D stuff though. That's cool too. But like, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Um, Artifact, Artifact has digital collectibles, and then they have their physicals as well. They're on another level of physicals, but there are collectors within Artifact who do not give a shit about any of this digital stuff, bro. They don't. There are people who came out here and got on the timeline. They didn't have no NFT pictures. They bought the sneakers, bro. They bought a lot of them too. They were here for the physicals, and that's just the reality of things. Is that Artifact has it, and people are here for the physicals, and maybe that some will like the digitals as well. It don't make sense to me. Like, I love the idea to connect them, but you guys can see how the floors go. When as soon as things are forged, people dump the digitals. They're not worried about it. They were here for the physicals in the first place. Um, I don't think. Yeah, sure. It does seem like Pudgies and them are kind of working backwards, but I don't think it's that way. I think they've established their brand. I think they've established their brand, and now they're realizing that they need to have some actual physicals in place that could bring in some revenue, because digitals are just continuing to dilute their ecosystem and either extract from their holders. So um,
Yeah, it was like
it's
Dre
just
was
a
saying
different level,
earlier.
bro. It's just
Yeah, it's
different.
like Dre was saying earlier about how everybody jumped in and was like, it was like fucking airdrop season, right? It was like crazy. They couldn't pump these NFTs out fast enough. And the issue with that is they were expediting something that wasn't ready yet. Like, the issue is we're a little we're a little ways out, right? Like, we gotta fill the time and create relevance in the meantime until we're able to exist in that metaverse or whatever, or until these digital collectibles have some sort of utility in a metaverse, until we can sort of put on the the shoes, and they give us like 10 + 10 boost power in whatever game we're playing, or you know what I mean. Like there's sort of people were very very excited, and probably overly excited in in the bull, about how soon things were going to happen, and people when the bear tore everything up, people realized that, oh, we're sort of a long way away from where we were meant to be going, and we're going to have to do something in the meantime, and in order to stay not just relevant but continue. I mean, like existentially, to continue to exist until we make it, to the promised land. And that, I think that the importance of an intentional and slow approach, which is something that I respect Azuki for, even though things are getting a little long in the tooth on that front. They have taken a very intentional, and some would definitely say slow, role to a lot of this, with just partnerships and that kind of thing that they've announced. The partnership with Ambush, and then then with Lion Friends and Beans and so forth, and they haven't, they've only dropped, the two collections with Bobu Fractionalization, and all of that's getting sort of fleshed out in the meantime. And with Artifact, they pushed a lot of things out up front, and now we're sort of in the meantime. And that's, I mean, the dope thing about Artifact is they have they have the physicals, and they have the ability to amp that section of our community around that particular aspect of this brand. And in the meantime, we create culture, we connect, we do our thing as a community, and those lines of communication stay open with the team, and what our thoughts are and how we're evolving. And you hope that sustainable brands are going to be able to tap into the wisdom of the crowd, which is their community and their impassioned people, and steer the boat accordingly whenever, as the tech readies and gets rolled out. And that's another thing about these big projects is they do have the vision. They are sort of many steps ahead of of the masses. And that's the dope thing. Like, that's why we're early adopters, and that's why we're here, because we also see a similar vision. And so, it's that filler. It's that, what do we do in the meantime to continue to remain relevant, and continue to exist and onboard and flesh out what this technology can do. Is the important part of where we are now, and why things seem to be stagnating, and why you get shit like shit coins popping up, and because the attention that used to be on NFTs and the hype and excitement around NFTs is for the most part stagnated. It like, this is when the hard work starts, like when culture creation is, when you're in the trenches with your mates, and you're actually having to do the work to to build that culture, and to pour your heart into it, and to be vulnerable, and to create, and to build. That's when the fly-by-nighters leave, and they go to things like shitcoins or whatever else, and then they just exit from NFTs, and they'll exit from shitcoins, or whatever. But that's sort of my take on where we are now. And yeah, like Dre said, man, it's like the one of the hypest things about Artifact is they already had that kernel of culture and sneaker culture, and they got to extrapolate off that, but they also have this whole other aspect that they're fleshing out, and that's the super exciting thing for me to see, like what are the next steps of these big projects, whilst we're sort of in the doldrums of the bear. And because you have to be prepared, and you have to be spring loaded for when the tide turns, and the tide will turn.
And that was the main point of me bringing this up to begin with. It was all of those same things, having that realization that they were prepared for this, and they were thinking about this happening before it happened, and got in front of the trajectory in the bull, right, when everyone else was still just being high off of the moment. So it's dope to know, it's dope to see and know that. And that's what makes me, I guess, the quote unquote artifact maxi that I am, because being able to understand how to get in front of trajectories like this and build for the future while also delivering in the present is a difficult task, especially as a quote unquote startup. And that's where we are, because yeah, it was some things that was put out to the ecosystem that we were hype about, crypto dunks, right? Thinking that we was going to have them sooner than later. But that was part of what you said, Ellen, when people were promising things a little bit prematurely because of the present moment hype of where we were back then. But they also executed dope things as well. The Air Force Ones, the crypto kicks, the wearables, where we can actually utilize those right here, right now, and utilize those to build towards the future simultaneously. So that's the execution of this project. That's the beautiful song and dance. And we're seeing a lot of other projects that are missing some steps, in my opinion. So that's why I ask these questions, because maybe I'm seeing it from the hive mind perspective. Maybe I'm seeing it from the biased perspective, which I probably am, and I'm not afraid to say that. But I also can see and also think that with them having that foresight that was created, or that they had back then, to create this present moment, imagine the foresight that they have right now to create the future as well. And I said this before, like, I think that they're going to pivot into other aspects, not only just wearables or gamification or tokenization, but different aspects that we utilize on a day-to-day basis, and dive into that as well, in order to troubleshoot and make it a better situation all the way around. And I think that also stems from what we're doing here, building this community and constructing the culture within the community, because as they grow and execute, so will we, because we're the voice of said community, and people will step up like Ali today, right? Where did dude come from? No, I know he did some things before in the past, and he dropped like random animations here and there, but then homie just came out with a grand slam, like, yo, I've been doing this. I'm about to drop this. I want y'all to be a part of it. Let's do it at this date. Let's do it at this time. And it made perfect sense. And it was like, oh shit. So now his name has that leverage, because people know that he's the man that does these type of things. And that's going to create more opportunities, not only for him, but for the people who are engaged in this community and in this project. And it's only going to build up like that. And this is a story that's been told over and over again. You see Compound. Where was Compound at last year at this time, right? A lot of us didn't even know who he was. We fast forward to today, he's one of the most leading voices of the community, right? And that's just where we are, because he's put in the work. He created the opportunity. He saw it was something missing, and he put himself in front of the trajectory to make sure he could fulfill that gap, build the bridge to fulfill that gap. Same thing with myself. Same thing with Kuro, speaking against the FUD forever by his damn self. You know what I mean? Like, the storyline can be replayed over and over and over again. But these people, these individuals, are building something bigger than just an individual's perspective. It's building legacy and culture within this community simultaneously as these founders innovate and execute at the same time. So that's the whole point that I was looking to make. I guess that was just a long ass point to make. But I believe that we all are in the right place in the right time. And as long as we continuously do what we've been doing and double down on this time next year, we just talked about Doc's birthday being extra fucking long as one day. This time next year, who knows where we will be. And especially if we execute in the manner of which we were talking about earlier, where people are tapping into those daily disciplines, are taking the time to sit down and stay in the present moment and, do whatever they need to do to to plant themselves, to ground themselves and execute from that position. Ain't no telling where we'll be next year. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the long-winded point that I want to make. These are the conversations that I've been having with so many other people who are outside of the ecosystem that I wanted to sit down and have one with the fam inside of it as well.
I think we'll jump to Baron here in a sec. I just want to make one point. Ollie has been around, and I think it's important to kind of find where you can provide value. And then we talk about it all the time. Creators, sometimes they stick to themselves and they make dope shit. But I think Ollie took it upon himself to say, you know what, I can make dope shit, and we could do a community-led movement, and I'll organize it. I'll make it all, and we'll fucking push it on the timeline. And that initiative where he knew he could provide some value back to the community was what was clutch, right? And I think that with me specifically is there was a gap. There was a gap in CloneX, and we were going through some hard times. And I know that I knew I could provide value as well. And I was just like, well, put me in, coach. Let's fucking rock. I'll do my best to bring some morale boosting to the community, even if it's just jumping in spaces and doing what we're doing here. Like if that helps in the little way that it could, then I'm gonna do it. So I think everybody provides value in their own way, and you just got to kind of figure out what that way is and run it. So, Bayron, what's up, baby?
What's up? What's up? Dude, you guys got me all mellowed out, feeling good. Appreciate everybody's input tonight, and it's good stuff. Anytime you put yourself out there with like people you can't see and don't know, and you're just like feel like you're talking at a screen, it's pretty strong. I feel like you talk about next year, like today was just an incredible day with that dot swoosh space, and we're shutting down Nike sites, baby. We're fucking what we've created is getting people so hyped up that it's crashing their sites, and I just I love the Nike Virtual Studios team. I love the Artifact founders. I was like DMing with some people today, and they're like, I DM'd Dichotomy and just said, I just thought he was so well spoken, and I love the role that Luch plays, where he's kind of almost plays like dumb, like lowest common denominator, and then Dichotomy just comes in and explains it, and it's like he uses the right terminology. He doesn't mix phrases. So there's in this space, there's a lot of phrases for the same thing, the same function, and he consistently refers to the things in the same way. He's learned a lot. I don't know, I just remember that first space that they had, or sneakers stream that they had, and they were all nervous because it was just I don't know, the first time talking about things that they were just learning about. And you keep this pace, and we're looking at exit velocity in a matter of a blink of an eye. I feel like this last year has gone by pretty fast, and to think that there's 100,000 people going to be buying $20 NFT from Nike is so fucking bullish. And they don't even know it. They're all the stuff's in place for them not to have to worry about their seed phrases, nothing. So yeah, it's really fun to watch all the stuff that we put our heartaches into, and got some scar tissue over. Make it a smoother ride for the people onboarding through .swoosh now, and then and B, just seeing that like it's working and people are loving it, and we're just getting fucking started. That's what I got for now.
Oh yeah, Baron, I actually missed that space, but hearing you talk about it might make me go back and listen to it on my drive tomorrow. It sounds like it was a good space, and it probably some shit I need to go back and listen to. I want to read a little post I put at the top from unknown user. She's been listening down there, and uh, as you guys can see, her take is stop stressing over worrying about how people are going to get to Web3 and just have fun while you're here, because they're going to find us because we're having fun, and they're going to come regardless because the technology is here, and it makes sense, right? That's a hell of a take. Shout out to her for that one. Enjoy yourself while you're out here. Fucking
Yeah.
let's not stress how they're gonna get here, baby. Let's just have a good time. And just so like you're seeing with Dot Swoosh, right? We're having a good time. Dot Swoosh brings the tech, brings the platform, brings the know-how, brings the marketing, and it is onboarded her from Dot Swoosh to clones. Look at her. She's got the Queen of CloneX. She's in all our spaces now. She's learning, right? Because dope shit's happening over there, and the right people will see it through the right channels, and they'll come over here regardless. She's an example of that. So that's a hell of a take. Thank you. What's up, Carol?
Okay, so
Okay. I'm not that guy, pal.
I'm not that guy, pal, but so this is like a conceptual thing that I seen Spirit Dow just pulled off flawlessly with their comic that they're releasing. There needs to be a comic every collection in it. That's like an effort that isn't reliant on founders. And I've been listening for like the last hour and a half or whatever, and I don't know if people expected what I heard out of me all the time, I'd be fucking stressed out too. I think there's a lot more that we can do that will get eyes on just the concept of owning intellectual property more so than like, I don't need anyone to buy my bags. I actually don't want this stuff to go up too quickly. So as I start to amass stuff and plan out my what I'm keeping, what I'm developing, and all that stuff, I have time.
No, to speak to the point that that Batty made, like, I agree with that. It's not about. I don't want to get the message convoluted as if I was wondering how we were going to get people over here. I was just looking to get things from a different perspective of others who aren't in our ecosystem, because I'm discovering we have a really large hive mindset or echo chamber here. Like, we know exactly what's going on. We fully immersed. We waiting on the next thing, right? We're engaged in all of the events to the fullest. But the people outside of our community have no fucking clue what the hell this is and what we are doing in here. And as soon as we start having in-depth conversations, what I've learned, as soon as I start having in-depth conversations with people, their mind is blown. Like, yo, I had no idea that was happening there. Like, I've had so many people say to me, quote, like, I didn't even like Artifact before, but after you done told me this stuff, like, this is crazy. And they really they want to learn more, and they want to dive into it, and they put more time and energy and effort into it. And I think that's, it stems from the way the community is built. The founders, like I always say, they're focused on innovation and execution. So they don't really have the time to push the narrative to other people for them to be like, yo, it's a dope ass party over here. Come through. They're too busy executing. And before, we didn't have the community or the culture within the community to have these type of conversations for people to come and be like, yo, what's this about? Right? People really pretty much had to find out on their own. We adopted the same mentality as jumping into Web3 period. Like, well, you either sink or swim, baby. It's up to you. And you'll figure it out when you figure it out. But now we have this voice that's echoing and bouncing off walls in other communities for them to be able to hear the noise of how dope this party is, and then they'll be like, "Oh shit, I like that song. Let me see what this is about." Then they come over and they're like, "Yo, I like this place. Like, y'all playing good music. The food is good. The women look great. I fuck with this." You know what I'm saying? And that's something that has been built up throughout the time. So that's pretty much what I was asking about, because I am one who learns from taking off the shoes that I'm wearing and placing my size 14s into somebody else's size 9, trying to squeeze my shit up in there. Let me figure out, just so I can walk the same path and understand how they walk and why they walk that path. And maybe if I can, jump in and say, yo, have you ever thought about it from this perspective? Or have you ever put any time, energy, and effort into this? Or, yo, check this out. This is what I went through. Maybe you might enjoy this. Like, that's what I'm speaking about. Not necessarily trying to onboard the masses. Because, comp, I feel you about trying to come up. I learned the hard way trying to go up to people and be like, yo, you stupid if you miss out on this. It's crazy over here, man. I've been telling you since the jump, since mid. Hey, you should be here with us. Clones. Takashi Murakami. You like him. You need to be here with him. Artifact, they Nike. Nike. You like Nike. You got Nikes on right now. Come through. Like, that shit gets tiring. So I made it to the point where I don't do that either. I just carry myself a certain type of way. And it naturally brings up these conversations. Hence, the example I gave yesterday, being at Bobby Hunter's book signing, and him knowing me from how I speak and being on the panels that I've spoken on before and the Twitter spaces that we've encountered each other in, and him being like, yo, Dre, you carry yourself this way. Would you mind speaking about this, on talking about this subject? And that's the same situation. That's what I know it will continuously be. When we continuously grow bad tape in the community and continuously grow and push the culture, it's going to be those people who are just naturally gravitating towards what we're doing, and they'll be here to experience all of these things with us. So that's the point I'm making. Not necessarily like I'm headhunting to get people in. I'm just looking for other perspectives to see outside of this ecosystem. if it's the Badlands out there, you know what I'm saying? If it's the Book of Eli, we walking across the desert just to get the truth pushed to people in the
You're
West.
looking
You
to
know what I'm saying?
educate people, not
A hundred,
convince them. You're trying to educate them.
110%. And
That's
not even
exactly.
necessarily like just me just carrying myself and speaking, just communicating. And if they pick up gems, they pick it up. If they think it's fool's gold, it is what it is. But I'm going to continue to come from that perspective, and that's all I'm saying. Just like, comp, that's your thing. You did your thing the way that you do your thing. This is my thing. I do the things the way that I do my thing. Right? We all have our special skill sets, and like you said, if we all double down on that, it has no choice but to inevitably grow into something more beautiful and in sync than ever before. Shadow, my bad, man. I went on a little rant. What's good, bro?
No, I was just gonna say, I definitely fuck with what everybody's talking about on stage, and just if anybody needed confirmation, I didn't know what a CloneX or artifact was, and half of my community didn't know what it was until after we found out that Nike was dropping some shoes with an NFT project. So people are finding out, I guess, through the collaboration or acquisition of Nike, they're finding out about your project, and we're all gearing up to come in. I mean, there's people right now in my community that are waiting for their Coinbase to clear so they can go on OpenSea and pick them up a floor clone. So, I mean, I would just say, like, I personally have not been on the OpenSea side of things since, like, the last bull run. I messed around with a bunch of, like, farm this Discord, get this whitelist, try to flip it. I was never in a project for good, or one that I felt like I vibed with. And learning about y'all's project this last week, I mean, it's everything that I would want out of a project, especially with y'all's collaborations. And a lot of people on my side feel the same. So they're definitely coming. I mean, y'all are already doing things like we saw today. We didn't know what was going on, but we saw today like a lot of y'all were doing this strike a pose thing, and we were like, man, that's cool as shit, bro. I can't wait till we get my clone. So it's coming. I mean, I don't even know if y'all really have to do anything else other than what you've been doing. People slowly but surely, as the markets and stuff change, they're going to see the Nike stuff, and the Nike stuff is going to lead them right to y'all's project if they don't find out the other way around. So, I just wanted to say that I'm living proof of that. So yeah.
Let's go. I was at your space, man. I appreciate you hosting that. I was like thinking the whole time. I was like, man, I would can't wait to do more of these because allows us to be better at just explaining it when asked. It's like I have friends in real life that were like finally like, what is this artifact? Like I saw that stuff like, and then I find myself explaining it. And I'm just like, I don't know if they really want to know. And then I'm like, uh, go too deep on one thing or the other. So that allowed us to, or just me to like hear people explain it. And then you had a buddy that got up there and explained your ecosystem, and he did a great job of doing that. And so I love the cross pollination that's taking place. I love seeing All C in here. I know Kuro is a Nizuki Maxi. Love seeing him in here. So, and of course our guy Ilan, he kind of floats around. He's who knows what he is.
Hey, listen. uh, I'm a everything that makes sense, Maxi. If you're in my top 15 projects, I'm going to tweet about you. I'm going to support your community. I'm going to make your creators like hype. We're going to start riots on the timeline because that's what we should be doing. Like, do you know how many like normal people have seen like the whole campaign today? It's like kind of crazy because you're looking at it, and like usually one of my posts only gets like maybe like 2,500 views for the day. This thing's at like 6,000. I sure as hell know there aren't 6,000 people active on my Twitter account because I've been here for 2 years, and most of the people are like the weird like artists and stuff that followed me that I bought art from that left because they thought the liquidity was going to dry up for one artist, but they were sadly mistaken because look at Grant Yun and other artists. They've made more money during the bear market than they ever have for the entirety of their lives. And I think people are kind of underestimating how plentiful crypto and NFTs and Web3 and this whole like ecos. I don't like the word Web3. I think it's Ethereum sales and marketing. I don't trust it. Uh, I just like to think that we're JPEG collectors, fine art JPEG collectors. That's what I like to think of us.
What's up, Shadow?
But no, yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. Y'all were talking about, you know, people coming in and learning about your project. I just wanted to say that, that's how a lot of people I think will find out about it is through the Nike stuff, man. So I'm not sure if if they'll do some direct correlations again. I know nobody kind of really knows what's coming up next. But even with the dot swoosh stuff, it sounds like they're pushing all this stuff back, to gear up for, I guess, hundreds of thousands of people looking to get their one-on-ones. And even if, let's say 5,000 of those maybe not even have touched an entity ever in their life, I would think even a few people out of there will do a little bit of digging, figure out and once you go down the rabbit hole, like I've been seeing, you can't really type in Nike NFT without CloneX and other stuff popping up. So yeah, man, it's cool stuff. Hopefully soon. It'll probably be still a few months or so, but hopefully soon, man. I'll have my CloneX as well too. But yeah, man, y'all space quite enjoy it, and it's late at night too. So even if I miss it, I can listen back to it because I stay up pretty late doing research on different stuff.
We've we've
Shadow Compound and I are going to do our best to fund this project for the next couple months
for you,
until,
baby, for you.
until you get
Hey,
your clone, brother.
maybe my community would appreciate that, man. If y'all could just stop the hype for a little bit, let it drop to maybe like, I think some people are looking for a 1E floor, you know?
Hey,
Uh,
yo,
Yo, that is a
yo,
lot of
that's
Even
work,
I
dude. That is a lot.
70% down from where it's at now. That like if you really just do the math, it's a little crazy. If we're down
can't go
90% and we're
under
gonna go down
2.
another 70.
hey, but look,
I
we will.
could never go under 2, and I'll tell you why. Just because of the 3D asset alone, there's already something attached to it that gives it a stable value. This is like a stable coin, okay? Once we hit our stride, it's just like look at the Azukis. They hit their stride, they're just a stable token now. They're just a stable art token. It doesn't matter what the fuck's going on here. The sky could be falling. That's where we're headed. Like there's literally going to be 15 projects in this whole fucking space, and they're going to be like stable tokens, and everything else is going to be shitcoin with a JPEG attached. And yeah,
Well, even 2 would get us there that much sooner. So we appreciate any help y'all can send our way.
Dude, ask these guys how many months I spent fudding the angel clones. I'd be in here, angels are floors, fudding the angels, bro. I said it all the time. The whole time I was looking for like an angel just like this, a Murakami dripped out fucking angel, and I ended up finding it. Jerry got a dripped angel. All C got this crazy angel. Baron got this crazy angel. Who else grabbed angels? Illin's working on an angel.
What?
Illin's working on a whole collection, bro. He's working on it.
Oh.
He just got a demon. You know, it's all right. It's not an angel, but it's a fire black. It's a fire dark demon. It is one of the nicest dark demons I've ever seen. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, of course it's dark. This guy gets the rarest of the rare. I
Those are
love the
rare,
play,
bro.
man.
The dark demons are 120 of them or some shit in the collection.
Uh-huh.
Um, yeah, well, we got you, Shadow. I can fight the angels a little bit longer. Like I have no more ETH left to buy angels, but if, we can do it. Dude. We can run it.
Dude, I don't think Nike supports Artifact.
Yeah, no, Nike doesn't care about Artifact.
No,
They're
I
not
mean
helping them anyway. They don't support them.
listen,
they don't have a
Nike
clone.
Nike doesn't even know that they bought Artifact.
Yeah,
It's just a couple error
I
comment
heard
errors
that on the
Counting
on
errors.
the
balance sheet.
balance sheet it
It's
said
accounting
the purchase went
errors.
under miscellaneous because they didn't even know what it was. It was just exactly what Kuro said, a rounding error. I just have a little bit more detail on how it was coded.
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, man, could y'all talk if it's okay if I can ask? 'Cause I don't know, and I know we've had just kind of speculation talk. Could y'all talk about kind of the Nike Artifact partnership? Like, is it a good partnership? Like, have y'all seen anything that you're worried about, or like just kind of like because I think some of
The
the
only
questions.
thing I'm worried about, sir, is when I'm getting my dunks. Everything else, I'm unbothered. To be honest,
The
I'm
thing
not like
here's what
concerned
I'm worried about.
with the
I'm
bank.
worried about shipping, um, not being fast enough. I haven't been able to sleep since I put in my Air Force One order, and I'm worried it's going to affect my lifestyle. Shadow, I mean, it's what Nike's doing. They were slow to pump any artifact bags before early. They have slowly rolled out a very tactful, well thought out plan that clearly involves artifact. They still don't mention artifact all that much because I think doing so it's all part of their marketing plan not to scare away their consumers, their existing consumer base with Web3 company. And but at the same time, the more that they reveal about Artifact and what they're doing with Artifact, the more they reveal and ruin the lore of Artifact and what they're ultimately doing at Dot Swoosh. So I think it's an incredible partnership. It's one that benefits both parties. Artifacts bringing knowledge, expertise to the table that Nike didn't have in house before, and Nike has talent and capital that Artifact didn't have as a smaller startup. So, yeah, it's a complete full acquisition, and it's so Artifact's a wholly owned subsidiary of Nike. Sorry. So hopefully that helps. That's all I got.
No, yeah, that definitely helps because I think we were talking about just different aspects because what we're used to, unfortunately, kind of on our side is sometimes big IP they either will license up with a marketplace or they'll release their own marketplace and slowly but surely we seem to notice a pattern to where it seems like the people up top are like blocking the creative path for the people who maybe started it, maybe because of revenue reasons or other reasons. So it was kind of like a really in-depth question, but that pretty much kind of answers it. It doesn't really seem like Nike's, you know, has plans of trying to stop them. It seems more like they're trying to make sure they don't scare off their current base of people. So I can understand that. And Dot Swoosh would do a good job bringing in those people in a non-scary way.
Yeah, and I think that to me, when I watch that movie Air, I think about Artifact actually, and like Nike trying to like step into like this new arena of growth and like expansion as a company and staying relevant and they're just slowly like working behind the scenes and trying to land contracts, and they're like screaming at the top of their lungs inside those doors, but again they can't like go out and scream at the rooftops about it at the market because they only do things perfectly, like and well. Like the fact that the website goes down was driving them nuts. To us it's like, dude, it's no big deal. To them it's like, so I think that them not blowing the doors up, blowing up the acquisition or talking too much about Artifact or what they're doing more than they have is very, very calculated. But again, Artifact's helping lead Nike through this, and so I think that the Artifact brand it gives them like a piece of relevance to allow them to do that. So yeah, I don't see them any snub or them trying to like put out the light on that candle of Artifact.
No, and if you notice, even more so now than ever, they've been speaking about Artifact. Like Artifact came up in today's spaces multiple times, and they gave the flowers. And the previous IG live that they did, they spoke about the correlation of the pushback, trying to get things together so they can execute correctly, and how Artifact did the same. So I think it's past the point of where it once was, where they were really calculated about how they were utilizing the name of Artifact or the brand of Artifact. And now it's just like, all right, yo, we here. People know what it is, and let's keep it pushing. So
To me,
I think it's
when you think about that like co-branded shoe with the bolt and the swoosh, and they've never done that before, right? And they've never even done that with they didn't. It's not like they co-branded with Converse ever, have they? Put a swoosh in a Converse. It's like, to me, it's like saying like this is our future identity.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that's a
I will
big
say
deal.
this: they did a Converse with what's the name of that place? It was a Converse, like a Chuck Taylor with Chinatown Market that had a Nike swoosh on it, and that's not an official Nike collab. So no, to answer your question, no, they never
And
did that before.
that was a Converse shoe.
Yeah, yeah,
So for
that's
them to
true.
put I mean, I was looking for you for examples. That's why I asked you, because I wanted, like, to me, that is, for them to do that on the Air Force One, that's just like a big, big, big deal. And
I agree.
there couldn't be a bigger nod. And we can leave it at that. I won't read much more into it, but to me, it means this is the future.
No, for sure. I think they're definitely allowing them to do their thing on the luxury side, and be as creatively free as they possibly can. And I gotta say this again because I know this was a point that we was always making. I used to say it all the time, and I heard other people say it as well. How they're taking the data from Nike or taking the data from Artifact and utilizing it to help build Dot Swoosh. And they told me direct information from Dot Swoosh said that's not what's happening. Nike is taking Nike's information and creating Dot Swoosh. It's not taking Artifact's information. So every time that point comes up, I have to speak about it and just make it aware that's not what the situation is. But no, I do agree with you 110%. I know, right? But that's what they said.
I know. All right, that helps.
Directly to
You know
me.
what? You know what? That helps me because I won't say it again. Because it's like if that's fine. You know what I mean? That helps me. Hmm.
I know, right? That's why I did. I hit it with the same. Like, all right,
Yeah, I mean,
cool.
I get why it's like they don't want that to be the MO. No one does. But I love being the test kitchen because that means we get all those samples, we get that early stuff.
Yeah, yeah. But no, it's
Wanna
definitely a growth. It's a growth stage, and this even more so to the point I was making about the whole conversation we had tonight. It's just this is the trajectory of it. We in the pivot of it all. It's no longer airdrops and 100x's. This is real utility and build out from this point forward. We're going to see this thing go parabolic from these recent drops and the future that's happening or the future that's coming as well.
I want to. Oh, let's go to Rose. I just want to stop referring to Artifact as a Web3, the best Web3 for fashion brand. Like, can't we just say that they're a fashion brand? Like they can compete and they will compete in the overall market. I don't want to pigeonhole the Web3 just because we're here. Because I hear a lot of people say,
I
"Oh, yeah,
agree.
best Web3 fashion brand." Like, bro, they can compete in the real world, not just Web3 too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start changing my how I say that as well. So, what's up, Rose?
I was just going to mention that in the corporate world, man, different departments, different divisions with different leaders, and how it works with leaders. There's just like big egos that you have to like battle and align with. So yeah, I'm glad you clarified, Dre, just because I think it's Nike's going to do Nike, Artifact's going to do Artifact, and I think because they're maybe the small, scrappy, um, emerging business unit, if you will, within Nike, I'm hoping that they do have more independence. But hopefully the best of the best between big corp and emerging businesses like the Artifact wing can like communicate, cross pollinate. But yeah, excited just to see what both teams will do with Dot Swoosh and with Artifact. And I agree, Artifact on its own, they're not just Web3, especially with their experiences and the physical side and just all that they can do. It's pretty cool to like knock that Web3, I guess, label off of them.
Yeah, I agree. It's wild to even hear like Jeff Staple talk about how he made a point yesterday about how so many people who are in Web 2 or Web 2 natives, Web 2 brands are afraid to come into the Web 3 space because they're afraid of how it will either destroy the legacy they've created or misalign the community that they've built from the ground up. And he was talking about how he was even afraid to do it essentially. And that's where the Artifact Jeff Staple collaboration was born from. The fact that he said he saw Bobby Hundreds jumping out the window by himself, like, oh, I'm going to do this Atom Bomb collection. And Jeff Staple was like, all right, well, that's cool. I see you doing that, Bobby, but I'm going to go ahead and collab with these people over here. And he said he just reached out and sent a DM to Clegg, and Clegg was like, yo, you're a fucking legend, da, 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 let's do this. And then they linked up, and that's where the Meta Pigeon was born from. So even to think about that, right, and that goes to the earlier point I was making in the conversation about how people are just doing what they do, and they are making tremendous leaps and bounds just from executing. Him reaching out, sending a DM to Artifact started MetaPigeon, which then linked into the clone situation, which then became this iconic brand that we are a part of here today. So it's just amazing to sit down and break down things on that type of levels, just to understand it and sit with it, to be like, yo, that could have been anybody, and everybody can do the same situation.
Yeah, last thing, and then I'll step down. But yeah, man. I do have a question. Um, so I know, like before earlier, we were talking about animus and all the other stuff too. Um, you were mentioning something that we kind of talked about earlier as well too, which is like, no more airdrops. Um, like no more airdrops and being having like realistic expectations. So we know like the monolith stuff, right? Like it was a box within a box within a box, and then they airdropped it. Um, I'm cool with getting a clone and it being like a whitelist to things that they drop moving forward. But like for instance, with the Monolith 3, is that box in the box thing gonna continue? Do y'all think like the Monolith 3 is gonna be like the last box and then maybe they'll do a public mint or something else? Because I just don't see how like continuously giving something off of one transaction could be a worthwhile thing for them, or maybe that the team is just completely different than I think they are. But what do you guys think about that?
I don't think the monolith is going to end. I think that there will be more monoliths. I don't know what. I don't think anybody knows what could be coming out of the monolith, though. Um, yeah, I agree though. And I've said this before. Like when we had a lot of FUD, like people couldn't fathom having to pay for physical items. They're just like, why don't we get these physicals for free? I don't understand. I bought a clone a year ago. Why am free physicals for life? Like they couldn't fathom it, and I was of the same thing. Like especially without royalties here now, it's like you cannot forever give free things away. So I think that they're reworking the monolith strategy, and I think with Monolith X, I'm pretty bullish on it. I think that there is a redemption, like a redemption that needs to be had there, and I think they're going to really put a lot of thought into it and really knock that one out of the park because it's got this taste in people's mouths. So myself and a few others are pretty bullish on Monolith X and the ecosystem, but I can't even speak to what might come out of it, man, and how the continued process is, just because there's just not enough information.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Who knows how many airdrops? I'm speaking to, when I say no more airdrops, I'm speaking about the way the culture was built thus far, where every project was like airdrop, airdrop, airdrop. Here go, here go, here go. I don't think that's going to be the same process for moving forward. But who knows how it will be when it comes to the monolith. I think that's the whole point of it being the monolith, because if you think about where the original monolith inspiration came from Space Odyssey, and not knowing what the monolith was and what it was doing there, I think it's the same type of premise that they're applying to this storytelling and the lore that's here. So who knows what the hell is going to happen with it, and who knows where it came from, and who knows where it's going to go. So I can't even speak about that either. But I do. I agree with you on the point you just made, Comp, because I'm asking Zap, yo, how come we didn't get the shoes for free when they had the the whole monolith flood spaces? Like, yo, shouldn't we get those for free, or at least a heavy discount? He was like, nah, man, the cost of these shoes is crazy. And now that I think about it, it was such an ignorant thing to say, like, right? Because
Oh wait, I
it was
remember you
crazy.
asking that question. I thought you were just asking it for the people, and I
I
was
know
like,
that's how I framed it. I was like, yo, the people want to know, but I'm really like, yo, bro, what's up with these, what's up with these
well,
kids, bro?
and here's devil advocate, and if anybody disagrees with me, um, that's fine. That's how the world works. We can disagree, but you bought a clone, a year ago, over a year ago. You minted it. That money was collected there. That money is being used to build out the CloneX ecosystem and build upon clones. So if you bought a clone on secondary, the team has collected 10% royalties, right? And just because you paid $40,000 for your clone doesn't mean they saw $40,000 in their wallet, right? So the thought that these free clothes and free physicals should be like a lifetime like pass, we should be getting this shit, was kind of crazy to me. And I did fight that fight on the timeline. The economics behind it just doesn't work. Like the team collected one royalty on the sale of your clone, and now they're not collecting. If you go use OpenSea Pro or Blur, they're not collecting any royalty. Sure, you spent $10,000 on your clone, but yeah, it's not going to be a physical free for life type access pass. This is a crazy business model. It makes no sense. That was some fun I did fight on the timeline around that time. I think that the way you could look at it though is like Animus, right? That's a digital IP that's coming out. You owned a clone. You were able to claim an Animus egg. We've rewarded our holders with access to future IP plays and access to for like mint. So like when Artifact really blows up and people really want that second season of Air Force Ones because the first ones were crazy, and you have a clone, you're gonna get a window to mint those things. No problem. You're getting a clone, you got access. So it's an access token to future IP, maybe future lore, future item drops. But if it's physical, expect to pay, man. Like the shit costs money, and
Yeah.
no matter how much you spend on your clone, it just doesn't entitle you for free fucking physicals for life. The company would fail if that was the case. We'd be fucked.
No, that's a fact. I fought some of that FUD too, even after I asked the question. But it makes what Zap's saying, he's been answering the question like, man, the price of these shoes are so expensive with the technology that's inside of them that there would be no way we could ever give them away for free because then we'd be in the red for everything.
Dude, we are so selfish, you know, at
Yeah.
the time, like drunk on airdrops.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Oh my God. Can you imagine getting a free Ramoa bag? That'd be fire.
Man.
Just free
It,
fucking shit.
it was for sure. It was for sure a sense of entitlement that had kind of run through the community. It was a little.
Yeah.
It was a little toxic, dude. I remember like the threads on the timeline of how entitled these clones felt because they paid X amount of dollars for them. That like they should be getting all this like free shit forever. And it
Yeah.
was like they were dead serious too. Or the people who bought monoliths on second, dude, and this is a topic, like they got fucked. Monolith 2 people got fucked because of the shipping and a lot of other reasons, and like the value didn't add up for what they were trading at, but the team can't control secondary trades, and it was just one of those things that in the very beginning the monoliths were given out for free, and they have collected a ton of royalties on that on the sales of all those monoliths for sure.
Yeah.
They've a few $1 million, but I want those royalties to be used towards the monolith continuing down the road. Like I want a monolith Y and a monolith. I want the thing to keep going down the road, and that's what those royalties should be going to. You know what I mean? To continue
Nah.
the past monolith X.
Buyer beware.
I know, right?
That's
That's what
like
it
the,
that's what it was.
well, yeah, I mean, like, I need to own 50% of what I think I want to own an artifact because I want to own a lot. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, buyer beware.
Guys, I gotta pack up this RV. You guys got it under control. If anybody asks me any questions, I might not be by my phone. Shadow, what's up?
Oh yeah, another thought came to my head, man. I know we got Mirakami, but do y'all see any other partnerships on the horizon, like artist wise, or maybe even athletes or something like that?
Oh man. Possibilities.
They got any athlete and every athlete you could imagine, bro.
The 3 athletes that have clones so far are lifetime athletes for Nike that have their own buildings on campus. So if that's any indication of like where they're starting, well, the two of the athletes so far that have them have buildings. So I mean, yeah, the opportunities are endless. I mean, the artist for Animus, or that they hired, is the artist from the Spider-Verse movie, the last one they had. I can't remember his name, the gentleman's name, but spectacular artist. So yeah, I mean, I think of Artifact as a platform for collabs, for artists, other high end boutiques to come in and be able to be a platform to sell their product, because brick and mortar is so expensive, and distribution and shipping is hard, and they Artifact arguably brings all those economies of scale to the table. So yeah, I look forward to those.
Yeah, that's a lot potential, because just having this tie to Nike and these athletes and these lifetime athletes, and the cultural grip that Nike has when it comes to damn near any and every integration of culture. Like the possibilities are endless. So we can sit here and speculate about that all day long, but I think it just makes sense. Of course, we know LeBron James has his own clone, and Serena Williams has her own clone, so they already in the system. So if I had to go somewhere as a definite, I would bet money on those two. But anything and everything else is possible. I say this point all the time when it comes to Bored Ape, how they integrated the hip hop culture really quick into their ecosystem and onboarded so many people who were a part of pop culture, and that would gave them the boost to their entire community. So I think once things really take off yet again, the possibilities for that happening will be, so high due to the fact that we now have our own culture within the community as well, to be able to make those connections and do those onboardings, the similar to how Bored Ape did back at the takeoff of their PFP project. So yeah, man, possibilities are endless. Anya, what's good? I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna jump back. I didn't want to like reverse the conversation or anything, but I was actually gonna jump back for a second because we had back when Randy was the community lead, we it was like March of 2022, so like the monolith was at like 7th floor, and he sent out a tweet. I'm sure most of us remember this. But he sent out a tweet and was just like, hey, like, new people want to join, like, be cautious for volatility, never spend more than you're willing to lose. Like, he was just trying to, like, he was genuinely trying to give, like, advice to people, like, that were trading at this, like, level for the monoliths, like, specifically. I cannot even like summarize the amount of backlash that the team and him and the project got for him like putting out that tweet. Like all of the floors, like on everything that was out for Artifact, like fell, and like quote unquote fell, right? Like it was like, it fell like an ETH or two or something like that. It was like, everybody was so mad, because he was just trying to give like advice, like, be careful because these floors are high, and these items were airdropped, right? And which is just like wild to see. Like these things were given away like for free, for having a clone, and they were immediately put in this like really high and unrealistic like floor. You didn't know what these boxes do. None of us did. There was absolutely zero, because these were still monolith ones, right? And so it was just really kind of like a shock, I think, for the system, because at that point, we were in March, so the monoliths were like maybe a month and a half or so old, and like we were all hype and we were doing all that. So I mean, like that, and it took a while, like for that. I'm sure that probably contributed to Randy in eventually leaving, because he could never get away from it after that. Like it was months and months of people just like continually like harping on him for like giving the community sound advice about like, be careful with your speculation, be careful with like where you're trading at, because these floors are high and we don't know what these items do. And so it's just like, one of those things too. It just accumulated, and it was part of the whole, I think maybe tie into how much, maybe I don't want to say like, I'm using the wrong word here. I don't want to use the wrong word, but maybe part of the dip of people's sentiment with regard to that particular item, because it was like, it's going to be a box in a box, and everything we're going to get after that, it's going to be like several items every time, and it's going to like open up this whole like ecosystem, like the box is going to be this whole, and it just, the rails went off this thing. It was just wild, the speculation that was like around these like particular boxes too. So once Monolith 2 came out and it became what it was, the backlash was just like incredible. So, and that just kind of gives a storyline of like how it was almost 10 months like of people just like hoping and speculating of like, this is what, these monolith boxes are gonna go to the moon, it's just like crazy. But just kind of to give some history there in case there was anybody that like didn't really understand that whole timeline.
Yo, if Anya said right now that you guys, the monoliths, are trading too high, you should sell them, like, or just be careful, I still wouldn't listen to her. Just like I didn't listen to Randy, I'd probably go out and buy some more because I figure she like knew something that I didn't know. Like, what? I hope you other people are as slow as me.
Jake just bought 40 more monoliths right when you were talking. So,
God, I was so mad at Randy.
Yeah,
But I should have listened to
it was
him.
unbelievable. Like, and he was, and like, not only that, like trying to be just kind of like the speaker for the community of like, be careful with your money, but then also like he was such a huge, and like still is, not to like, bury his legacy or anything like that. It was just to say that like he's such a big advocate for like mental health and everything too. And so it was like kind of a tie-in, like just be careful with yourselves like out in the space, because we're all real people and we're all like gambling with like real money in when it all comes down to like brass tacks. And he was just trying to look out for everybody because he truly cared about like the status of everybody's well-being and everything, and wanted to make sure that we were being careful and that the speculation wasn't getting a hold of some very real bets that people were taking on these particular items.
we were at a stage where clones were kind of at a price that was unattainable. They were in the 20 plus ETH range. And then monoliths were just airdropped, right? And nobody wanted to sell these things. So it allowed the people who were selling to fetch a really high price. That, driven with speculation, um, created that kind of environment. I think looking back, and maybe some of the lesson that we kind of learned is that in a bull market, these loot boxes with no information um, are at the mercy of the market, and they could absolutely get pumped. And then guess what? Now, as a team, you're in a position where like shit, these things are trading for 7 ETH, 10 ETH. Oh, we need to really knock this out of the park. That we need to provide that much of a value. I'm sure they felt a lot of pressure. They had a plan for that. And dude, the Monolith One experience was fucking amazing. I had a blast. Um, I had got one for free, and then I had bought one too. I had bought another one for 5 ETH, right? Because I was I got FOMO, bro. I fell into the FOMO hype. That's 2 clones right now. I could have 2 more clones right now. But
I had 18 of them. I had 9 monoliths and then 18 twos.
That is crazy, bro. I had a hell of monolith ones too, but I sold them. I was selling them and buying them, and then I'll sell them. So I sold a clone for a pretty healthy price too. I was all right back then, but I will say this: we yeah, back then. But I will say this: we are in a totally different place now I feel like all of that stuff happened for a reason. I'm grateful that it happened, to be honest, because it put us exactly where we are today. And we are so much more level headed emotionally, and have our sights set on actual growth and not just like the fluff of the bull. Like we are really here in the trenches tending to our garden, no pun intended. So this is we're gonna have we're gonna have a harvest season, and it's coming up quick. And I think everybody who's a part of this can feel that. And it's not just like based off of inflated ideas. Like we really have a firm grip on what's happening here, and it's because we are contributing to it and not just standing back on the sidelines watching per se like we were before. Like we really out there working in the dirt, planting the seeds, watering the seeds, giving them the positive affirmations they need to grow healthy and strong, and then making sure the sunlight is hitting. We're here for damn near every step along the way. So once it's harvest season, it's gonna be a different situation, man. It's gonna be something
We
magical.
cook. We're shooting seeds, and then we're cooking.
That's a fact.
Yeah, and I think that's also another reason why like it's so exciting that a lot of these previous endeavors are coming to a close. Like we're seeing a nice like everything's getting zipped up real nice here. Like clean slate, nice like tasks ending. This is it's good to do this, and I think that we'll still see like a little bit of rough patches and things because again like the ecosystem is huge. We are worldwide, like we have communities everywhere. Nobody's going to be 100% perfectly happy with every like conclusion to each of these kind of I guess quote unquote promises that have been made through the team and all of these things that have been given to us and everything. As we come to a close on some of those things, it's going to be a little bumpy, I think, but with every thing, if every item that gets zipped up, that opens up the opportunity for the next chapter of what we're going to be seeing. And I mean, like, I know nothing, but I'm so dang excited, like, for the next. And I have to say I know nothing, but I don't know anything. I don't know anything, guys. It's going to be so fun.
Anya's excited. Floors are pumping. I'm buying everything right now. She said the word excited. Market manipulation at its finest. I'm
Gonna get me in so
oh,
much
Yeah,
trouble.
we got to bump first though.
I felt
We
so
gotta
bad for
bump.
Randy, dude. Fucking so many people that were just so bag biased, protecting their bags, jumped on down his throat, dude. Like he's just trying to give some
Mhm.
bro. You just freaking wrecked my bags. Like what? Like, dude. I read it. I kept my monoliths. I bought another one. Uh, you know what I mean? Didn't take the advice. I'm kind of like Baron.
Dude, no advice, right? It's like it made you more bullish, and he was being sincere. Like I knew was right, and everything I've heard about Randy is. I mean, Randy sold me his MK DNA jacket for an incredibly good price. So he's a great guy. We were sitting there on the morning of the Forge Open together, me, him, and Hemi on a space together. So
Dude, Randy's a good dude. I got to meet him in IRL. How you Web3 kids say it. But he's one of the people in Miami that I got to really connect with. Angel Dow, bro. Like me and Randy and Snap and Jace. I got to meet Dre there.
that girl that doesn't remember you,
I met that girl that has no idea that she met me on IRL.
she's like, "Oh, you're the one that lost your wallet." You're like,
You lost your
"Yep,
credit card. Yeah,
that's
that's me.
me." Compact.
Do you remember when we stood at the bar waiting for them to look through the 4,000 cards that they found that night? Yeah, that was me. But dude, I got to meet a bunch of really really dope people in this community. But Yeah, Randy's one of the real ones, man. He means nothing but like good things for the community, honestly.
Yeah, he's so good. Honestly, I was really sad I didn't get to see him in New York in May last year. Like I was so excited to see him probably more than any other person because like he was such a great like like he'd drop everything like even as busy as he was because he was doing Cass's job, he was doing Hondro's job, he was doing like oh they split his job up like his role, and like now like four other people take on like what he did like back at that point. And like he would drop like what he was doing to like have a conversation with somebody if they were going through a hard time or if they were confused about something or like whatever it was. Like if he knew you pretty well, like from early on, like he'd give you advice, like he'd give you financial advice, like in the DMs, just like, or somebody was trying to like find, a clone, or they were trying to make a deal with somebody, and like he'd sit there and like walk you through like whatever it was, because he's just like, he's such a wholesome human being. Like he's so good. And like I didn't end up showing up. So I broke my hand right before I was gonna leave for the event. I was coming down the stairs and I smacked my freaking hand up against the rail to catch myself because I almost fell, and freaking broke my hand. I was so mad. And he ended up FaceTiming me like at like midnight while they were there, and I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh. And he like ran away from everyone so that we could talk and stuff, and it was like so nice. But it was really sad because I didn't get to meet him. I know that he like had a huge like travel spree like for a while, and now he like only like maybe travels a few times. But I think for maybe a period of like 3 or 4 months he was just like go 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 between like different countries, like just traveling everywhere. So but Randy's a good one. If you haven't connected with him, definitely keep track of him because he's a great guy.
What's wild is I wasn't even fully in the ecosystem back then. Like I was just straggling around whenever it was Monolith Quest. I'd pop in the cast space, hear him talk, and not solve the quest, just be in there. And it's so wild because all of this stuff happened, and I remember it happening, but I was so engulfed in what I was doing at the present moment. I just enjoyed the community. I enjoyed the thrill and the exhilaration of being a part of trying to figure out the quest, and I enjoyed the airdrop and the monolith being worth how many ETH and me being able to sell it. I enjoyed the bull, right? But it's crazy to hear it from these perspectives now of people who are fully integrated into through all of the processes that happened and the events that had happened back then, and now seeing it from the perspective that I have now. It's mad crazy to think about.
Isn't it? Yeah, dude. I was just kind of like hanging around, like I was a lurker, right? Because I bought my clone. Me and Prez looked up our dates that we bought clones. It was this month. Prez, where the hell are you, bro? This month last year or the year before? Yeah, it was last year, March 30th, I think. He was March 22nd. Our first clones. It was what, a few months after mint, right? Um, dude, I was just a lurker. I was jumping in the spaces. I remember meeting Cass at the first CloneX LA event. Like I was meeting a celebrity. I'm like, oh, yo, that's that dude that does the spaces. And bro, that's what I say about Cass all the time is like when you have a conversation with him, he listens, dude, and he speaks intently, and he will like look at you and like he'll have a full out conversation. And I had never got to meet any of the people that I listened to on spaces lurking until I met Cass for that first time. And I was like, yeah, this dude's as chill, just as chill in real life as he is on spaces. Like the dude listens and speaks intently. And I was super impressed when I got to meet Cass, man. He's a great dude too.
Comp, have you ever asked him if he remembers that day?
Yeah, bro, he does remember because he gave me too much alcohol. He gave me too much vodka, and I told him that he probably shouldn't be a bartender anymore. But I said it like this: "Dang, man, they got you bartending, huh? Like, dang, they got you back here, huh?
Guy's always working.
Yeah, they got no other job here for you, huh?"
He is the man. Like when you talk to, I know exactly what you're talking about. The way you just explained it. He's like, I don't know. I
Yeah, that's
sometimes I have a hard time looking people in the eye because when I like am thinking, I like stare like I don't know, dude. I have this weird habit. go like, what's over there? Like, no, I'm thinking. Trust me, I'm just thinking about what I'm talking about here. Then I get in that flow state, like Dre was talking about, where I have no idea. Like I'm not thinking at all about what I'm talking about. But, anyways, the little off topic. Dude, I'm so excited, man.
Dude, have a conversation with Cass in real life, and he'll make you feel special, like you got some real shit to say because he'll listen intently. Like he's a great listener.
I
No, yeah,
concur.
that's a fact. That is a fact.
I'm so thankful I met Cass at DesignerCon. Dre, you were there, but we didn't get to chat. But I was talking to Cass for a long time. But you're right. He has like the tractor beam on you, and you feel so special. And I did feel like he was like a celebrity because I was watching the CloneX LA video from the previous event. So I was like, yeah, I get to meet him. But that whole celebrity aura disappears right when he starts just talking to you. It's wonderful.
Yeah, he saved my family from a burning house.
Cass remembered me, but Ninja didn't remember me from the first CloneX LA event. But Ninja was really busy. He was prizes. He was the host, like on the mic. The man is a
Yeah, we was hella understaffed for that first event, bro. And I didn't go. I was supposed to be there, but it was my birthday weekend, and my wife had surprised me with a trip that I didn't know what was going on, and yeah, I thought I'd be back for it. Yeah, that was crazy, crazy time. So I just remember hearing about the heavy hand pour when it came to these alcoholic drinks that was coming out there.
Did you guys just feel the vibe change with the grace of Ninja?
yeah, dude. Always fucking.
He's
Holy
come through.
cow!
He's here.
Holy,
He's here.
Let's fucking go.
a real celebrity. He's here.
Real.
What's he talking about? Y'all need to chill. We all know
Welcome, Ninja. Welcome back, my friend.
Compound is
I'm over here dealing
Compound
with
and
Tyler pooping.
We're so glad you're here,
what about
my
people
friend.
pooping?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ray Rug.
I know.
Ray Rug
Are
right
we
now.
are we teaching kids how to
No,
poop?
man.
That's such a great life lesson.
I hear you.
I feel like
I'm
DJ's
just
in the
overwhelmed
space.
with toddlerness.
This is not the first time though, guys.
I
Like we've gone through this with Snap and others.
I can't
So
tell you how many grown women I talk to that tell me
Man, it's ridiculous.
that their boyfriends and
But now,
do
yeah,
not know how to poop properly. I am talking.
that's what the time was back then.
Dre, am I wrong?
That's what we was focusing on.
Can you hear me, Dre?
Ninja's talking, bro.
Who's talking?
Ninja's been talking the whole time. You've been talking about.
No way.
You can't hear me, Dre?
I don't even see him on the stage on my stage.
Damn, the stage is. Hey, I was over here trying
Ninja,
to have a
yo,
real poop conversation, and it's good to
yeah.
know.
If you drop down,
I'm
Ninja,
dropping down.
wait.
I'm
You
dropping down
cannot
like the
forget
turd
the
that I
story.
am. I'm dropping down like the
No, you
turd.
got to start the
Kerplunk,
story that you're.
kerplunk, kerplunk,
Come back.
kerplunk,
Come
and
back.
it splashes up and touches your leg.
Is he talking about a CloneX LA story?
He was just
Oh,
talking
bro.
about how some dude. We got to get him back up here to tell this story. This is
Good
about to
story.
be incredible.
He was telling a good story, and you were talking about toddler poop while he was talking.
Bro, if you would see the amount of Tyler poop I'm dealing with, you'd be talking about it too. Yo, bro, don't do that, man. What you doing? Don't do
Oh, brother, no.
Oh my god! What happened in Bad Take last night? Y'all, there was, I don't know, a bunch of good conversations, but there
I'm
was
so glad it's recorded. I
Kerplunk.
screenshotted.
Am I back? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me now, Dre? No, Dre can't hear me. Oh, it must be him rugging then. It's not.
No, there's an emergency going on at his house. I think
Yeah, he's
I don't think
he's
he can
dealing
touch
with
his
it.
phone.
all right, good.
So it's not the first time tonight we're talking about poop.
It's the first. Always comes up bathroom, plumbing, and poop somehow all roll in.
Oh my gosh, I'm such a kid. We gotta have fun. I mean, I hear Dre over there, potty training, which is always a challenge. So shout out to Dre being a real dad. We love that. We love that. So I know you're talking about I'm the celebrity. I am the back burner, behind the scenes producer. Clearly, Compound, Rose, Dre, Kuro, Anya, all of y'all have taken the stage. Y'all are the biggest. Y'all are the popular people now. I'm just like in the background, faded away.
No, that's not true, Ninja. out there being your representative clone in all the spaces that we can't see or we don't see sometimes. You know what I mean? Like,
No, real talk though. I hope Drake can hear. I am so proud of us as a community, how we have just continued to grow and evolve, and just people stepping up, and just it's so refreshing to see. So I'm so proud and glad to be a part of this community. I love all of y'all. I really do.
hey, Ninja, I'm really proud of you for sticking with, coming in here as busy as you are, like in your day to day and everything, like being on the timeline and coming in here, spending like just a little bit of time just gracing us with your royal presence, like is such a joy. I know, honestly, like, no, it's good to hear your voice though. We miss you on the timeline and like in the spaces and stuff.
I miss y'all. You know what's so cool though is that even though I don't say as much as I used to for this season, I see everyone's impact. I see Compound. I see you, Hanya. I see you. I see everyone. Kuro, everyone. Baron. And it's really refreshing just to see such a vibrant community growing, and not just like on the creator end, but like as people and family, and like seeing people grow as far as their knowledge of the space. It's been really cool. It's the cool thing about crypto is that everybody, well, it's such a fast moving space that it forces you, if you stay in, to mature very quickly. And yeah, it's been really dope watching the evolution of people. It's been pretty cool. I can't front.
I think the beautiful thing about a live and living and breathing community is that people have things that go on in life, and they like people can step up, and there are gaps to fill. Like we were just talking about it before, is this time last year, um, you and I remember watching you and Boo put like the New York thing together, right? And I was kind of, it was about this time last year, right? And I was like watching, like, wow, these guys are doing some dope shit. Like, that's so dope. They're doing these things for the community. And I was more of like a participant, lurker, like just supporting where I could. And then, come this year, we go through some shit, and I was like, now's like, I want to kind of provide some more value. I want to get involved. I want to get involved more is what it was. Like, I want to get really involved. And so, we started doing this, dude. And I think that's the cool thing about the community is like we can all band together and pick up and provide value in our own ways at different times too, right? Like we might have a point where someone gets really crazy busy in life and they have to take care of some IRL stuff, right? And that's all right because we got fucking we got thousands of other members here that can provide value and help out in other ways. I'm gonna be out of town for 5 days, right? Just this weekend, and I'm stressing out, like, because I actually like being here, bro. I like spending time um with y'all and in this space. And we had multiple people message me and like, yo, I'll help co-host with Dre, we'll make sure the spaces are running, we'll, we won't miss a beat. And it was super special. It makes me feel better about going out of town, right? We got people that'll step up and keep it running when I'm out of service. I have no service. So that's what's dope about this space, man.
Yeah, and it's stepping away from it for, I would say, the last few weeks, and not being able to be involved, really get a perspective for how small we are, but also how tightly knit we are and how authentic we are. Like, we're very authentic of a community, um, and too, it's like y'all, we're on the front lines. Especially in you become weary on the front line. Like, you can't be always leading the charge, and it's really dope. Again, you know the at least who I get on my logarithm, you, Compound, Dre, of course, Rose, Anya, Kuro, like all of you are, and so many others are consistently, I see, on the front lines, especially you, Compound. I told you, I already gave you props, going in on like fighting FUD, like literally fighting FUD, and just promoting the right thing, being funny, being cool, being unique in who you are and how you express yourself and what we're growing in. And it's cool to see the evolution. um and yeah, man, I feel so blessed. I really feel so blessed.
I appreciate you, man. That means a lot actually coming from you. I've always respected you and Cass, and I hadn't like. when I first joined, like I just told the story before you popped in. I hadn't met Dre yet until I went to Miami. But when I first went to the first CloneX LA event, that one, and I pulled up with Shauna and our friend who didn't have a clone, and I meet, yo, if you guys don't know, the Lens is one of the biggest legends. Like he ain't active on Twitter, but this man IRL has the biggest energy. His name's the Lens. Is Frank is his real name. And we pull up, and this dude was the most welcoming person ever, right? He's yelling my name like we've met before, like making me feel welcome. And I just RSVP'd to the event. Let my friend in who didn't have a clone. Of course, you can come in. We're Clone XLA. Like we take everybody. Like this is family. Brings us all in. Takes us into the free food and drinks and Ninja was speaking, right? And I had seen Ninja from all the events and everything. And I'm like, oh shit, that's Ninja. I've heard him in spaces. Dude's a celebrity out here. And then I met Cass serving drinks, bro. And I'm like, Cass got me all drunk because he don't know how he put too much vodka. And I said, Cass, they got you behind the bar, huh? Like they ain't got another position for you. Um, and just meeting Kaz and Ninja and all the other clones, it was like, damn, I'm meeting some big names in the space. This is fire, bro. You guys have an impact. I don't know if you realize that you guys everybody in here has an impact on other members in the community, and whether you know it or not, you do. Like new people coming in and seeing your guys' clones on stage, or seeing them in spaces, or just seeing.
Yeah. Listen, you say all that, but now the tables have turned, and it's like you and Dre go everywhere, and it's like, oh my God, it's Compound. Is that the guy from Back Take? Oh, is that Dre? Oh, he's so tall, and oh, he has such big feet. And I'm like, oh my gosh, and I just want to holler at my boy. I gotta like fight crowds and stuff. It's like, now again, I'm just on the back burner now. You see how Web3 moves quickly. Like 1 minute you're the top 10 coin, and the next minute you're forgotten. I don't know what to say.
Bro, when
It's
I
why
go out,
Ninja. It's why Ninja had to take a break. I know what it feels like, Ninja. I haven't taken a break, but I think I might need to. I mean, I feel like we're eating dust. I feel like we're eating their dust.
No, it's no, in all jokingness though, it's so refreshing. That's what I was. I mean, Dre and I have a lot of personal conversations. I really consider Dre is that's like my brother. We have very intimate conversations, and it's really refreshing to see that like you were saying, Compound. Just to dovetail on what you're saying, it's like we really, everyone does different things at different times depending on what's going on in your life, and that's the cycle of life. There is no summer doesn't last 12 months. There's a summer, there's a spring, there's a fall, there's a winter, and all of those different seasons help lend to the next thing. And it's like, I know in this season right now, like I'm producing a crypto TV show. It's good. It's really exciting. I can't wait to tell more. I mean, a little bit is on my timeline, but I've honestly just been so busy working on it, making sure the quality of that. And I honestly, transparently, have really realized, like when founders talk about, like, when people complain about founders, no matter where they are, not communicating, not, I'm like, I get it. Like, I'm not even a founder. I'm the lead producer on this project, but I barely have time. I mean, I have time to look and to like, but I don't have time to formulate my post thing, to interact like I want to. But I really get it when you're heads down creating a crypto project, or a crypto, or just even involved in it. It's not the easiest to stay plugged in, involved, to trade, do other things. Funny story. It's one of the reasons why, like, you don't see meta events. So here's how small the space is, and this is constantly because I'm producing a crypto show that has lots of NFT elements and all this other stuff. Is the creator of our show? He's on a phone call. He's like, da, 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 he says, Vince. And I'm like, why is he saying my name? And and then we're sitting right across from each other at our desks, and on the phone. I'm like, Vince. I'm like, who are you talking to? And he's like, oh, I'm talking to this the firm that launched Apecoin. I said, hold on, are you talking about Vincent? I was like, we know each other, and so I immediately started DMing the Meta Vince, and it's like, it's so small, and these relationships matter so much. Like, I cannot tell you how much overlap has happened. So it's really encouraging that we have such a strong community. And one thing I'll tell you is that keep all these relationships really good and as best as you can, because everyone knows each other. It's really small as I'm producing the show, and it's a great thing as long as you keep your relationships whole and mutually beneficial. That's a big part, is always offer value, always know where to offer value.
Did y'all get talking about Cardano?
No, I heard the whole. I didn't. It's like literally the end of the conversation, but no, we didn't talk about Cardano. But we may have Charles on our show. We'll see. We will see. We'll see.
Hey, can we get that clip of Ninja talking about Dre and his big feet? And every time Dre talks in Bad Take Discord, Maya can like, give a script of that whole like exchange and just like pump up, Dre every time he talks.
Bro, I can't stand going out with Dre. Actually, I love going out with Dre, but every time we would go out, not this has nothing to do with his feet, okay? I don't know. Okay, we're not clipping that. But every time I go out, we would meet people and they would like Dre actually looks like a celebrity. Dude's tall, dresses well, like and they would treat me like I was his driver or his bodyguard, like not even introduce themselves. Or like I was a bodyguard. People said somebody in here said it was just
I
Compound,
said that,
you
bro.
don't
You
know.
stand next to him, and it's like, bro, what the fuck? It's like a magnet.
He's like Dre's Jeeves.
Compound, what you don't know, Compound, you are the driver, though. You are that. I'm sorry. You
Yeah,
are
he.
the bodyguard. You just didn't get the message.
Dre.
I'm the assistant. You're the driver.
I was the one drinking. Dre was driving us everywhere. No, but it was funny as shit. They legit would reach out to shake Dre's hand, and then I'd like, all right, what's up? Like, let me get a handshake, bro. They just, man, Dre carries a certain energy with him of himself, man. I'm trying to learn it for sure.
Yeah, Dre. It was funny because at NFT LA at the Outer Edge, we were up there and I was hosting a stage. Of course I'm hosting, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a crowd. And like I'm going over to like holler at Dre. I'm having to fight through this crowd. I'm like, listen, this is my boy. All y'all gotta move aside. I gotta talk to, like, I know y'all are clamoring for this man right now, but we got some business to talk about. But you know what I love about Dre is that no matter what, even though he does have celebrity status in his energy and who he is, he's so humble. Like he'll talk to everybody and anybody who takes time, and that's something I really notice in a big character trait that I really feel you too, Compound. Pretty much everybody, I feel like, like, and that's big. That's not that Hollywood, like, well, who are you? And then, oh, that gay, or oh, you have a bored ape, or you have a clone, like that gives you status. It's like Dre doesn't do that, and that's why he attracts crowds, and we attract crowds because we're not like that. We're very authentic and take you as you are type of people.
What's up, Pumpisha?
What's going on?
What's going on? Just hanging around.
Just watch this Heat game. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the Heat won. I'm honestly pretty pissed because I wanted to. They were. But yeah, to clone. He's about to have one tomorrow. They maybe met at dinner. Dre's met him a few times. From the
Did you
other night. So yeah.
did you have him put his glasses on so he's not buying a booty ass clone?
Bro, he has a weird aesthetic palette, bro. He told me his pink shape of top traits. Like out of all traits, like
Your rug and pump.
goddamn.
So yeah, what I heard was he has a weird aesthetic.
Oh, bad.
Am I
Come back.
unrugged?
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. What'd you do?
My Wi-Fi was off on accident.
Oh,
Yeah, dude, you just cleared up, dude.
I was on my phone. Yeah, I'm on my phone. So I was gonna say he said his favorite traits in the whole collection are the green shape up and the pink shape up. Out of every trait in the whole entire clones, those are his top two. I was like, all right, bro. Do your
Wait,
thing.
the short hair, right? Green and pink.
Yeah. Yep.
And there's
It's
a
like
blue
it's like
up.
Ninja's hair, but the pink and the green ones.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
do
it.
love those colors of the shape up.
Yeah, no, I like those. My old clone had that one too, but I was
You
like
you
at
have
a
one?
thing.
They're very cultural, like especially the blue hair. I feel is very cultural.
You don't see the blue hair a lot, honestly. You see the green and the pink.
Yeah, I love those. They go really well with the other traits. I'm sorry to to change the conversation. I do have a legitimate question because I really am curious. It's kind of a little bit of market research for my show, but also really curious. Has everyone heard about what's going on with Ben.eth and the PSYOP token and all that? Is everybody kind of familiar? It's all over my timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, so what I really want to know, completely honest opinion, this is full transparency. BitBoy was going to be a very small part of our show, but I want to, and it's already announced, so it's not like I'm giving any. It's on our show page, but as a person involved, but not actually a main person. But I'm curious, what is people's opinion of BitBoy? Please be. I know we're recording, but please be really, really honest. I've
He's a
given my
scammer. He's a
yeah.
scammer.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I'm
what
with
else?
Punk is a
Bro.
scammer. I don't give a shit if it's recorded or not. What is he gonna do to me?
No, oh yeah, no, of
I
course.
don't
I
care.
really, yeah,
I've watched him for the last 4 years scam people, dump
right,
tokens. I
right,
can read the Ethereum blockchain. I'm not one of these bozos that doesn't know how to read.
right, right. But any other thoughts?
I
I
think he's going on with the hype train that Pepe and shit has caused, and he's like, "Oh, let me take advantage of people, free money. Everyone's buying shit coins like idiots, so why wouldn't they buy mine?" And it works. So
he,
it worked. Yeah.
he got into deep with that. I think you can't have a crypto based show without. I think it's necessary to have him on though, Ninja. Like he is one of the biggest influencers in the space, and there's a lot of controversy around him.
Right?
But having him on is probably crucial because you kind of need that kind of what is it called, the protagonist, antagonist,
Antagonist,
maybe the
antagonist. But yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
you need the main villain.
yeah, you
No,
need
but listen, and let's be clear. Like the show is an unscripted show, so it's really about people and who they are. It's something that I mean, I've been vocal with my thoughts about BitBoy before, plenty of times on records on Mario Space. Shit. Um, I do
Mario's
agree
another
with.
one altogether.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, the thing that we've run into with this show, and again, this is I'm giving information that's public, so it's not like I'm telling trade secrets, but it's like it's very challenging because, as you know, just like you said, Kuro, Bitboy's been doing this for 4 years. No one who is quote unquote, I'm holding up air signs, reputable in this space for some time. Most people, no, I don't want to put absolutes, have had quite a gray past to put it at best. That is putting it at best. But like you said, Compound, it's like at the end of the day, like I have two hats. I have the hat of a producer, which I'm here to produce an entertaining and, let me be clear, a very educational show. At the root of the show is educational and onboarding. That is the root of the show. But it has to be entertaining or people aren't going to watch it. If it's nobody wants to watch boring shit, period. And that's my job, is to make stuff entertaining or to create entertaining situations. And so it's something I had talked about with we had talked about plenty of times, because it's I was just curious what I don't know what's going to happen. If there's anything announcement, it will be
Bro,
through public
I would
channels.
do it. I
yeah,
would do it. I told the
You
guy
would
the
continue
same
to have
thing.
them. You would continue to
Bro,
have them on the show.
hell
bro,
yeah.
I think he's a
Uh-huh.
scammer. I don't know if he's actually a scammer or not, but I think he's a scammer. That's my personal opinion. I could be bipartisan with somebody that I don't
Right
like.
here.
I do it all the time, bro.
Right here.
I'm like super nice to
Pull over
people
right
I
here.
don't like. And, maybe that little bit of kindness will make them not a piece of shit. Who knows, right?
No, I appreciate the input. Thank you so much. I appreciate the input. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, these are conversations we're having. At the end of the day, it's entertainment, and everyone will be portrayed as who they are. We're not. No one gets any kind of capes or magic white hats or anything. Like who you
Yeah,
are in
just
this.
don't let him cry. If somebody asks him a question that's too difficult and he starts insulting them, just let it happen, man. I watched that on Thread Guy's show. That was hilarious.
Hold up, he cried. I know he did 2 different shows.
No,
Did
no,
he
no. He
cry?
didn't cry. He didn't cry.
Oh, oh.
But he was trying to defend him insulting somebody. I'm not a fan of the person he insulted either. But
He
I'm
called
here to.
he called some man who was English, whose second language was English. He told him to learn how to speak English, and then he called some woman ugly. And I'm like, are we in second grade? What is going on?
Well, Beeple put it really well and turned him into a whole art piece. So you can
Yeah,
maybe include that.
but Beeple's another one. He's a scammer too. He's pumping, dumping coins.
Yeah. No, I think I think
I don't
sometimes
mince
he
with these people. I'll just straight up tell them I don't like them. I don't care.
yeah. I mean,
Legendary
it's
has
part of
no
like the
effect on my
culture
real life.
too. Like some of
I
the
very
meme
well.
culture.
I've learned that if Kiro doesn't like you, you're a scammer. No matter what you've done, you're a scammer. That's what I've learned.
But do we not agree to some certain extent that most of these people in this space are scamming or doing questionable ethics and immoral things that are like because they have a free, like I'm
More
not going to
people
paint
are than
this out.
less people are.
Huh?
I said more people are than less people are,
Agree.
unfortunately.
Agree. Agree. And
I
like Carol said, like I can attest, I have seen exactly what he described BitBoy doing over the last 4 years. Not in a lot of different ways. I can't give all the specific examples. Obviously, this clear one, we were watching the video this morning, and his excuse for dumping those tokens was very unconvincing. I was like, wow, okay, we're just doing it in broad. I mean, it's like broad day. It's very bold these days. I don't know if y'all watched that video. He was like, "Oh, it's no big deal. We're just gonna do it." And I was like,
No,
"Wow,
it is no big deal if you're not buying a project that you're supposed to.
yeah."
This allegedly he believes in this whole Ben token, but then you go and sell all the Ben token you have. Like
But has
Ben
anybody? I
token
mean,
right
all
now
you
is
had.
dead in the water.
I mean, but like, and this is why when every time I see we deserve another bear market, I'm like, yeah, they're kind of right, and that's no shade. I'm not saying we deserve to have lower prices in a negative way, but I'm like, I've been seeing for some reason, oh, I think he's number one on ranked or whatever. That Ben.eth guy pops up in my fucking feed, and again, I'm not on Twitter a lot. I check a lot during the day, but it's not like I'm active. Like I want to be replying, interact, like being a part. I'm just like able to look and like, and sometimes get a comment in, and when I really can get a post in. And but that Ben guy is like the top of my thing, and I'm just like, he's a clear like anybody who's sending this man $7 million, like or any part of that seven, like I hate to say it, like not deserves to lose their money, but I'm like, golly, it's so obvious. It's like obvious to me. Am I the only person that it's just so obvious?
Right now, I've only chatted with the Ben guy a couple times, but by his behavior, it would seem that he's either attempting to pretend to rug or attempting to rug, right? But right, I don't really
Who
know what I'm
attempts
talking
to
about, to be
pretend to
honest.
rug? Like I want to pretend to rug you. Like, oh hey guys, I
Well, it's
want to
called
pretend.
psyop, right? Like that's like
All right.
like I don't know. Like from
He-
my logic, a psyop is you make it look like you're gonna rug, and then you psyop them and you don't rug it. But with legalities and current geographical locations of the individual, like I don't know what they're doing. It just seems kind of crazy to me.
Bro, he's for sure launching that token. Like, there's no doubt. I am convinced it's going to get launched. What happens to the charts and the people who put money in after it gets launched is out of his control, but he's definitely going to launch it. There's no reason not to. You know what I mean? It's not going to cost him much. He doesn't have to put the entire 7 million
I
into
mean,
the.
with $7 million, you don't have to do much. You can put 300K in the liquidity pool.
Yeah, exactly. And use the rest to build out the psyop coin and build out an actual roadmap, but he doesn't have to put the entire amount in there, and he actually loses more if he does kind of disappear. He's already doxed to BitBoy. So BitBoy knows where he's at, his name, his address. So yeah, I don't think he's just gonna walk off with the money. I can't say what he's gonna do. Like if he can actually build a successful coin in business, I doubt. I doubt it. He sold his first one within 4 days. Who knows? Maybe his game plan is to sell this one too. But yeah,
I mean, even if he made out with a listen, even if he made out with a $1 million, like he did something with six, whether it be something good or bad, like the man just raised $7 million off tweets. It's kind of crazy.
I don't think he's gonna like personally spend or walk off with any of the money. I think it'll be
He bought him a lady. I saw that. He's like, he buys a lady. That's when I knew the space. That's again when I was reminded the space is so small. When I'm seeing breaking news about some random guy buying a fucking milady on Twitter, I'm like, wow, this space is really small.
Well, let's keep in mind that he had 450 ETH of his own money in the wallet. The fact that the wallet had 450 ETH in the beginning, and the fact that he did a pre-sale in his own personal fucking wallet and got it all mixed up, and then he said,
Compound, how much ETH did you send to him?
"Oh, I didn't send none to him." But
Compound, tell the truth. Tell the truth. Shame the
hey,
devil.
check this out. But well, this is what I'm saying, dude. The fact that he sent it to his personal wallet is fucking stupid, bro. Mix all those funds in with your own personal funds. Yeah, no, I took a snapshot. Are you kidding me? So now everything he does with that wallet, buying Miladies and buying Fuck Ben token, just looks like he's using funds, right? Maybe that's part of his marketing, though, because every time someone posts about it, he goes psyops marketing.
Right. The best influencers, and I mean that in a good way, the best influencers post about it and people post about this attention economy. And Ben.eth has been running it. Who's the other guy who's been on the top of my timeline? That one Azuki's been running it. We remember over the summer how last year I should say Shillin Villain was all over it, and you know they're grabbing the attention economy. And I have to say is he said it on the space. Bitboy was like, Reddit hates me, Twitter hates me, everyone hates me. He's like, I do have loyal following on YouTube, which is actually true. His YouTube followers are something loyal like something else. And I was thinking about it. I was like, that attention economy, I think he just knew it's like, let me just jump on this train and make a quick whatever he's gonna make, because that attention economy pays. It's what pays. It just is what it is.
So we're talking about BitBoy now, right? Because BitBoy,
Yeah, I'd switch back to him real quick.
BitBoy needs to. He clearly needs to have a bigger plan in play than to just make some quick money, because he buying the project for 1,000 ETH plus $250,000 of stable coins over an extended period.
That's happening. He just sold. He just dumped on his followers. That's why I was asking about that. You can see he just dumped. He just dumped all his coins.
40 ETH
for 45 ETH. How is that going to get him to 1,000 fucking?
Yeah,
it's a lie.
But that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. That's what I feel like. It was just another. He said he wasn't going to do it on two thread guy spaces. Then he puts a video out, and I guess quote unquote transparency, and saying he was selling all his tokens. Listen, I got early morning text from another producer on our team. Like, I was like, oh, okay, I guess things have changed.
Does it? Okay, so if we look at it from a legal standpoint, I can't even talk on it, but should he not hold a personal holdings if he's going to be purchasing the token as a whole, like buying the
there is no what legal standing is there?
Yeah, there is no legal. Yeah, I was gonna say
there is no legal here. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's more of
was he given those tokens, Kuro, or was he buy them?
He bought them.
He bought them, but like, here's the thing, right? Is like, that's like me telling you I'm gonna go sell my fucking 283 rarity clone to go buy a lower rarity clone. That's like the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah, I don't know why he would do that. But it just he got to have some plan for this shit, because he's dropping 1,000 ETH on this shit and another $250,000 in stables. So,
but he didn't do that on the chain though. The compound, like, he hasn't done that.
Yeah, no, that hasn't gone through yet.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, you're thinking there might be some? He's gonna make up some story where there's some kind of fall.
Yep. I
Yeah.
don't. I didn't know. I didn't hear. Listen, I don't know all the things. All I know is the bits. I got a piece of both the thread guy spaces because now it's part of my work to make sure I'm keeping up as much as I can. And then I got the video this morning of him saying he sold his entire position, at least most of his position. I believe it's most of his entire position of his Ben coins, and then he gave us reason why.
What was
And I
his
was like,
reason? He sold his personal allocation.
I
Is what he.
forgot, but basically, it was. I mean, you know how he talks. It was just all over the place and very not straightforward. But he was like, "It's no big deal. I had to sell him for I don't know." It was nothing like I had to sell him because I'm being scammed or anything like that. It was just he had to dump. He had to dump. He had to dump on his followers and do what he said he wasn't gonna do. I don't know. This makes honestly,
Are
it's.
you?
I
Are
will
you
say. Oh, go
on?
ahead. Go ahead.
You
No,
gonna
you
be
go ahead.
him? Like, will you be able? Are you be on set with him and see him?
If he stays on the show, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I'm
Yep.
gonna hit you, ask you how many times he goes to the bathroom or takes a bathroom break. Because when I saw him, on that FTX adventure, I was like, man, this guy he is on one. Uh,
I can't say anything but that. I mean, everything that I've already said is already public knowledge. It's already, I can't say anything, but I will say this: he's very professional to deal with. I've been dealing with him via phone call and email for about a month now. I will say that. I'm not giving him credit or kudos. I'm just saying, like on the producing end, he's been very easy to work with. I'm just being honest. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, none of this is my call. All this is public information. We'll see what happens. But I do agree. That's why I want to ask your opinion. I mean, I'm going to talk to the other powers that be that actually do make the final decisions of having people or not having people, and see if we can keep him, because I think he's great entertainment. We know what he does. Just
yeah,
present how he is and take it how it is. But no, I really appreciate your people's perspective. It's good to
yeah.
see.
Um,
Oh, but I know what I was going to say is taking a step away. Like I highly suggest, whenever you're led to, if you're, deep in the rabbit hole and you like being deep in there and digging deeper, then stay deep, But I've come out the rabbit hole a little, got a little bit of air. And when I look at it kind of from a little bit more of a macro perspective, it's like it's literally LOL funny when I see how things operate, how I think how small it is, and like these things that people are getting away with, that you just couldn't do this in other places. You just can't, and it's just like it's really a unique and in the best way possible Web3 um, NFTs, crypto, of course. It's really an anomaly. It's very special, and that's what I see as I've stepped away and kind of peek in from a different perspective of not being in it, head deep in it like I was in before, on the actual like crypto end. And it's really unique to look at. I will say that.
as long as you still love us, Ninja. Um,
Oh my God, I'm not trying to say like no, I'm not going anywhere. I love y'all. I wish I had more time. It's just a different perspective. It's like, anytime you take I mean, I've been head deep in it for like 3-4 years, and well, 6 altogether. And this is the first time I've really had like a longer kind of break from being. I mean, I'm used to being on crypto Twitter 24/7 and being in charts and being all that stuff.
oh, Sam, hold on. Sometimes I like Samuel Cardillo's takes on shit. He just put a take up about the Ledger situation. I gotta say, I agree with this, man. I agree with his take. And if you don't agree with me, that's okay, because that's how.
I was just reading that.
I was just saying.
I like to hear his perspective on those things because he is the security master. And so I appreciate him jumping in and giving feedback on that.
Oh, everybody's giving Ledger shit right now, Ninja, because they kind of describing how they push firmware updates to your Ledger, right? When you do a firmware update, it updates your shit, and everybody's like, I can't believe Ledger, the hardware device, gives access to the computer to do that shit. Like, what? So he basically just described, what the hell do you think happened, dude? When you're pushing.
Right, I know. I mean, that's been going on for years. I mean, I will say this, just FYI, make sure you have your seed phrase, because I've had it one time where I updated my firmware on my Trezor and my Ledger one time, and it basically had to reset it. And I about lost my heart. I about lost my heart when one of my seed phrases didn't work when I was trying to reprogram it. But it was just an error I was making. But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, another thing is too is like I saw that another thing is funny is that again I realized because it happens in this space. It's like you could be like, we've cured cancer. Everybody gets free NFTs and a free $1,000,000. Here's your NFT and here's your $1,000,000, and people would still find a way to fund it. Like people would FUD with Jesus, Buddha, and like everybody coming down from heaven. People would be like, you know what? Where's Satan at? Where the fuck is Satan at? Like people will FUD anything in this space. And
But
that's what's funny because I know like Ledger had that thing. I haven't done a lot of research, but I was looking where like now you have the option should you opt in to be able to kind of like third party so you could get your keys back. And people were freaking out talking about this whole time they had a back door, and it's like no, they didn't have a back door. That's available to anybody. I do find it funny how this space, we will FUD anything.
wait, Jesus coming down from heaven? What's the utility behind that? Is he coming down with an airdrop for my bag?
I
What?
mean,
I heard he's wearing Nike sandals, so bullish on Jesus.
I thought Nike didn't, I thought Nike didn't support sandals, and they don't
I
support
want some
artifacts.
artifact slides. I was just thinking about that. I really want to ask for some artifact. I really like legit want some artifact slide. The smushy whooshy whooshy kite that are really like walking on like little pillows. We need some of those now. Thank you, please and thank you. I'm gonna put in the request in to the two, to Dre and Compound. Go ahead and holla at your boys, and Anya, make it happen, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we got it. They're going to be about 0.4 ETH, and you can get them next year, baby.
Yeah, it's point
Watch
point
this
seven
shade I'm
seven
about to throw.
seven.
The monolith X is the coupon for it. No, let me stop. Let me stop. It was a joke. Everyone relax. It was totally a joke.
Too soon?
Everyone.
Yo,
I know. It just.
Trillium lace engine slides.
yo, with fucking.
Not lace engine slides. That was good.
Wait, when are we actually might need to, like, we got people with PTSD in here from the monolith. Like, you never know what you're going to say about the monolith that could trigger somebody. Can Artifact get like a psychiatrist on staff? You could talk to them when you're having monolith flashbacks, or
What
talk
do
to.
you think Dre is here for? Y'all didn't know he
I
was
was
the
gonna say
secret
that.
mole?
Is that what this is? Like,
Why do you think they planted Dre? And they know ain't nobody gonna buck up against him. It's like, what, you gonna try to fight Dre? You know what I'm saying? He first of all, he gonna kill you with kindness. You're just gonna get killed. You can't even do anything if you try.
yeah, but that bad take has become our psychiatry therapy, like therapy, man. Come talk to us. You got FUD? Come talk to us. Got PTSD over some shit? Come talk to us.
It turned purple, then it opened itself.
It,
Yeah, talk to these guys. I don't care if you have trauma. Buy a clone, buy a bean, buy something. Do something with your time. Maybe read. I don't know, but I don't care.
I do something with your time. Buy a $7,000 asset.
Yeah, bro. Think about it. You could sit there and then do what I did, and learn how to use Blender properly. Keep yourself out of trouble. Keep yourself from causing chaos. But they'll choose chaos over self-therapy.
So I know there's some other fellow Yuga asset holders. What do y'all think about the heavy metal reveal, or I saw a little bit on my timeline today, but is that a
I was
thing?
let down, man. I
It was a
have one.
letdown. Yeah, talk to me. What do y'all? What's the
I have
consensus?
one. It opened. I was like,
2D.
man, what the hell is
Yo,
this?
I was happy to sell early, take profits, and use those profits to do absolutely nothing but gamble on fucking shit coins. The money was better spent on shit coins, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. At one point, I could have sold it and bought 2 clones. Now I could barely get 1 clone. So let's not talk about it because I don't even know what this thing looks like. I can't visualize it in a video game. But
Okay,
I'm
so what
hoping
about? I'm
Evo
sorry. Go ahead.
2.
My bad, Pump. Go
My
ahead.
bad. I was gonna say I hope the next evolution or Evo 2 and Evo 3, because I know it's not technically in its final form. I guess this is their way of stalling it until their game is fully ready. So by then, I think it'll be like closer to what people's expectations are, because I think this does lead up to like a game and like a final like evolution. So I'm not gonna FUD it too hard until then.
Okay, no, that I was just curious. Okay, and one last thing, and then I'm gonna log off. Um, has anyone else? This is the Star Wars geek in me. Has anyone else played Star Wars Jedi Survivor on PS5? Or don't you throw your hands down, Kuro? I'm coming after you, brother.
I've never seen Star Wars. I'm never gonna watch it.
Oh,
Ghost
get
in
out
the
of here!
Shell's the best. Akira.
La 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 la
Yeah,
la
yeah.
la la la.
I don't even know what these people are called, the Star Wars people, but
They're called flurries. I mean furries. No, I'm getting this right. Has anyone else? If no one else has played Star Wars, then I'll just go in my corner and play by myself.
Nah, I bought
play
the
some
Star
Zelda,
Wars.
bro. Play
They
a
did a
real
Kith collab and the shirts were fire. I copped one and that shit came in the mail and I wore it and that shit is hard.
What?
Kith Star Wars, because the movie just came out. They made like vintage
Listen, man.
tees.
I've never seen
Bro,
any.
Kuro, I don't know shit about Star Wars. I just thought the shirts looked cool, bro. I'm just telling you.
Oh, okay.
Yo! I played the Jedi game, the last one they had on PlayStation.
It was
4.
dope, right?
It was dope. I didn't finish it, but I played it. But I haven't played this new one that they just came out with.
Dre, it's like 100 times better. If anyone's played Assassin's Creed, it's like GTA meets Assassin's Creed meets Call of Duty. It's fucking it's with a Star Wars theme. It's fucking dope. I'm trying to tell people, like, everyone who I've showed it, they're like, oh shit. They're like, if you don't like Star Wars, then really doesn't matter. But if you like Star Wars, you like meditation, you like it's weirdly spiritual. But anyways, moving on.
I heard it was super dope, but I haven't played it.
It's super dope, bro.
I've never seen any of the Star Trek movies, and I've never played any of the Star
We
Trek.
did not say Star Trek, Compound.
Bro,
Do
Star
not
Trek
get
is
twisted
ass.
or confused.
I'm
You seen how Star
sorry.
Trek, the people with the weird
That
ears,
is, you
on
knew
an
that was wrong
airplane
for
and
that.
shit?
That's
That
not
stuff
Star
is not
Trek.
it.
That's
First
my
of all, we don't
dad's
like
stuff.
Star Trek here, Compound. Don't you ever blasphemy Star Wars like that again. That's blasphemy.
My man is funny. What's the name of the game?
We're just
It's
talking about.
called Jedi Survivor.